This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo Jumbo and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our Sunrise Drive. We're in the Masai Mara of Kenya and we got some stocks, Sandobuild stocks right there. My name is David. Welcome aboard to a very own safari, live from the African bush. Welcome to a very rainy Masai Mara from last night. You can see the amount of water we got, and I think we had about 250 millimeters of rainfall last night, just at around 5 o'clock and almost midnight. Well, that's exactly what happens once it rains. Not as cold as yesterday. We're talking of 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. We have water that's now flowing everywhere that you see. And to all of you, one more time, Jumbo and good morning. My name is David. And coming with me this morning is Bungay. To all of you, happy Rhinos Day. And to all the rhinos in Africa or all the rhinos in the world, happy Rhinos Day. But to start with, we got some beautiful stocks here. And remember, we're coming to you live from many different locations of Africa. And when you talk to us, you give us lots of joy. And you can do that by sending us questions or comments to hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Well, another stock has come in play there, and that is the marabou stock. This is exactly what happens when it rains. Lots of life, lots of food. And what I want to do is just to move from this point and try and get a little closer to those birds there. And all of us will have a chance to see them better. And apart from those stocks, we have more water birds around this area. So just move on a little bit and show you how it looks like after the rains we had last night. Now, we just want to show you how much water we have flowing from right where I am. And just have a look at that. Remember, I'm not the only one. We got other live locations in Africa.
Greetings everyone. Welcome to the Masai Mara. Look at how beautiful this is. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Now we've come to the territory where we saw last evening the Owinos or the Owino pride devouring our wildebeest carcass. Now there's a male that joined in to eat on the carcass. So we've just lost one of the lioness that was strolling around here. So we'll be following to see where she went to. Because of the long grass and the grass being wet, we're not quite sure where she went to. But we're still looking for the lioness, see if they all reunited, and hopefully maybe if we can find the big male that was eating. The grass is so wet right now, and most cats don't like getting wet. So at this time of the morning or the day, you find them walking on the roads or using the path because of the water and the grass. Now, where the carcass was, it's not far from here. We're hoping that the vultures later on, because it's too wet now, they will be joining to devour the carcass. So, on our mission now to find the Owino pride and see if they're up to something else. because one of the lioness did not join for the kill, or maybe in the carcass. So we are hoping to find her soon.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning back here in Tswalu Kalahari Reserve. This morning we'll be looking around for the animal, looking around for the pride of lions that we seen yesterday. It's quite a cloudy and 16 degrees, 63 Fahrenheit. And so it's been a lot of activity last night. Lions roared around this area, but you know, we can't find anything. So, but first I'm going to go check on Kalamba, where she was last seen last night, if she's still around. But, you know, otherwise, it's got to be a lot of, for us, driving around, trying to see where the rest of the pride have gone into. Well, cloudy day, animals like cats feel comfortable, getting excited, you know, a lot of strength of hunting around. And I don't believe it's gonna rain, so just a beautiful weather, cloudy, and then yeah, well, it's been also a lot of herds of buffaloes in this area, but you know, so here on Kalahari Dam now, just look around what could be around. All we see is just the background of the dam, and not even a hippo this morning. Usually, you know, it's a hippo, you know, in this dam sometimes, but nothing that we can see right now. You know, nobody know. Could be that you know, hippos still underneath the water. They can stay for probably 6 minutes underwater before they come out to take a breath. Maggie, you want to know how many water holes we have in Djuma? So we have 4 different water holes in Djuma, and yeah, which is Kalahari Dam and Bevelsuk Dam, Twin Dam, Tree House Dam. So this is our main water hole station here in Djuma, and they all have water, so it's very interesting. And the whole winter, you know, we're all just, you know, hosting all different kinds of animals coming to drinks throughout the winter, where most of the, you know, time where winter is a problem, where there's no rain, you find these dams sometimes dried out depending on the, you know, rainfall. Sometimes, some years, we don't receive a lot of water, and that makes a lot of drought, also water empty, so difficult for the animals to drink. So we've seen this year it's been very good enough. Water's been plenty for the animals. Seen herds of elephants, seen herds of buffalo come down and drink, but they still have enough of water for the animal. Remember, it's always great to have a amount of water in a property, because animals drink daily. Some drink nighttime. So if you have enough water, if you can repeat that, Rebecca. Tale, you want to know if all of our dams are all man-made? Yes, it's all man-made water hole, pretty much of a northern scent.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, once in a while we get some technical issues, but you would imagine us broadcasting from the African wilderness, those things once in a while will happen. But the good news, see, I've been able to catch up with my stocks that I would say are rather moving very fast. These are the standard build stock that we had earlier, and of all the stocks we got in Africa, let's say in the Masai Mara. In the Masai Mara, I think we got 8 different stocks. And of the 8, to me, these are the most beautiful ones. They are very strict carnivores. You'll get many birds in Africa will be either, will be omnivores. They'll catch some reptiles and some insects here and there, then eat some fruit or some seeds. But the standard-billed stock are strict carnivores. And I think that one must either have caught a frog or a fish in the water. Daniel, if you look carefully, I'll show you, or rather you're asking why they call standard-billed stock. Now, we get a close-up of one of them, and if you look, they have a small little wattle, yellow in color, on top or at the very base of the neck, on the top beak, that is yellow, and it looks like a saddle. And I think you've seen, or on the horses, there's the sandal people, the horse riders will sit on. So it takes the shape of a sandal of a horse, but it's yellow in color, if you look carefully, and that's how they got that name, the standard-billed stocks. Now, saying we got 2 here, and my guess is one is a male and the other one is a female, and it's very easy to tell the sexual dimorphism, beautiful to see it fly over there, of these stocks here. The males have like dark brown eyes, and the females have got yellow eyes. We've got some Egyptian geese here, which are having a little go on each other. Yeah, that is not good. What's happening here, we got a pair that has come into someone's territory. And the Egyptian geese are very territorial. You'll get a pair, they're very monogamous, and a pair will identify its own area, and once they settle there, they're not going to invite anybody else unless it's their goslings. And the fights of these geese, sometimes you see like a dog fight. It seems to have settled down. And the other pair must have backed off. Well, I got 2 plans today. One, to look for my friend, the baby elephant Jasiri, that I saw yesterday. I was full of joy to see her. 2, to look for some lions.
Beautiful, what a day to look for the lions. It's always a good idea, and it's, kind of a morning. So, looking at this bird right there, looks like a creeper as well, a little creeper, floating around there looking for probably, these are little water birds that they always be in the water, and, all they do, they just search for food, by going down the water and appear on the other side. And I always do that. Difficult to follow them, but our current heron still there. It just flew from the bank. So, our man-made waterhole, in a whole sense, many of these waterholes are man-made, and since we are trying to explain that, there is a river running on the far south of us here, and otherwise without these man-made waterholes everywhere where we try and develop them, then it will be a problem for this animal to reach far south every time they need to drink. Well, there's not many of a natural waterhole in stands. There are some, but not a bigger one enough to able to hold the water for a long time. So that's why we made this such a beautiful waterhole, just to keep an animal going for the whole winter. the serious major is this winter, because the winter then we don't receive rainfall. So, and of course you want to rely on, natural pens. You find not enough to able to, animal feed and drinking and those. But if you look at this dam, where we're standing right here, we're standing in a, compressed soils, which is on the top of the dam wall. And there's all the man excavated soil and compressed it into, very strong strength that even a heavy rain come won't wash it off. But again, sometimes in the low field, there's some years where you don't receive any rain at all in the raining season. So that makes a lot of difficult for animal to survive. And once no water, more likely that there's not much grass too. So animal will starve, thirsty, and as a result of die of probably hungry and thirsty in the same time, which I've seen that happen, a few years back, and it happens twice. And that's why now we don't see many of, these 400, 500 herds of, buffalo coming in and out. Every time you come across a herd of buffalo, it's anything from 100, maybe less than 100. Anyway, we're happy that they've been recovered since that drought is over. And then we're not actually expecting that drought to actually return back to us again. So heron is printing itself, resting in that little piece of dry branches in the middle of that water. So they're trying to scan around for possible fish floating around, or as you can see, they have very long legs, allows them to get in a shell of water, search around. Oh, looks like it's going to fly, but so, right, there's a bird flying. Look at this beautiful heron, grey heron, flying over towards us. It's probably going to change plan, I don't know. But, we're also going to, trying to move on, look around for, we're in this position where Kalahari was last seen, but, I'm just going to check if she's still around. If she's not around, then it wouldn't surprise me. There's been a lot of lions roaring here, last night.
Everybody, and welcome to our bushwalk this morning. It's a blustery, cold day, but it should be a good one nonetheless. Nice conditions for walking by the wind. We're going to have to be a bit careful with the wind, but the rest of it is nice. It's not nice. It's nice to not have the sun beating down on us. My name is Tristan. On camera, I've got Niels this morning, and hopefully we're going to have some luck with something along the line. We're not quite sure yet what our plan is. There was lots of lion roaring last night. We know Columba was nearby. There's tracks for a female leopard in the area, so maybe we'll try and find the tracks for the leopard and see if we can follow that. Otherwise, we're just going to try and see whatever there is. Because of the cool weather that we've had and the fact that there was a little bit of a sprinkling last night, I say sprinkling, it didn't even settle the dust, but there's this kind of misty drizzle in the air, and that means that maybe it will start to awaken a few little insects. We might see something interesting in terms of flowers. You never know. So we're going to try and see what we can find. Often in conditions like this, walk becomes more focused on the small things rather than trying to find things like elephants. It can be quite tricky and quite dangerous to walk elephants when it's windy like this. So we'll just see what comes our way and figure it out as we go. I suspect that we'll have a nice morning though. At least it's not raining, which is always a good start to things. And I'm hoping, like I said, that we'll pick up some sort of nice tracks or any sort of signs of something around that we can follow. So, Trevor, bushwalks are fairly safe there's always an element of danger. So, there's animals out here that are dangerous. So, buffalo, elephants, hippos, rhinos, and the cats, obviously. But if you have trained one and you're in the company of a guide that knows what they're doing, then fairly safe. Normally you're going to try and get to a situation where you're going to try and use your wind to your advantage. You're going to try and always do walks with the sort of mindset of, if we view an animal, it's to view the animal without them knowing that you're there. And so generally you're going to try and kind of walk in places where you have a field of view, try and avoid very dense, thick areas. So yeah, it's fairly safe if you think about how many walks are done and how many trails are done every year, and yet people are still alive and no one is dead. Then you realize numbers of people that do get attacked is very, very, very low. So a well-trained guide that knows what he's doing is always probably the sort of make or break when it comes to walks and safety in walking. Now I'm just checking this sort of junction, because this junction is always a hive of activity. This is a place where a lot of different animals move around, particularly leopards. So if we have tracks for leopards in the area, I always like coming to check here, and some things walked here, so I just want to quickly check what this is. You can see quite clearly across the road with that sort of rainy kind of weather that we had, that there was something that was moving rather fast. And what this is actually a hyena. So if we have a look at the track, you can see here, there's the toes in there and in the back of the pad. But we say moving fast because if you look, when this hyena was running, as it was hitting, it was pulling sand forwards. It was moving at quite a pace, and you can see how it makes these crumbles. But this was during the time that we were having that misty, rainy kind of weather, because you can actually see the moisture in the sand. Where I've just done it, if you look there, you see it's dry, there's no moisture in it. This was just when it was a little bit more wet and the sand was actually sticking to the pad and being pulled forward. So this is a hyena that was moving at a rapid rate in order to get somewhere. Okay, no signs of any leopard tracks here, so we're going to just keep scratching around, see what we can find. Hopefully there'll be some luck on the horizon at some stage.
The one big difference between trucking in South Africa or in Djuma and the Mara is the type of soil. We got lots of sand soil where Tristan is, and here in the Mara we got the black cotton soil. And it's very difficult for us to do trucking. And as I promised you earlier, my plans were to look for lions or my friend, the baby Jasuri, the baby elephant. But luckily, this is the River Pride. 2 girls of that pride, and how lucky that my plans are working as I had planned or as I wanted. Now, to me, these 2 girls look hungry, or they're showing plans or intentions of going for a hunt. The one in front, I got a half tail, is a mother of 4 cubs, that one there. Not sure she's going to lead us to where the cubs are, or she's going to lead us to a kill. There are 4 females in that particular pride currently. 2 males, a fully grown male and a sub-adult male, and the 4 cubs I'm talking about. So what I need to do now is just to reposition and maybe try and follow them up and see where they're going to take us, either to the cubs, as I said earlier, or maybe they're going to look for some breakfast. Holding on, we're going to turn it around. Very good question there. And you're asking, are the lions busy during the day or during the night? Let me just first give Bungay a better angle here, because the lions seem to be moving very fast. The road here is quite narrow, but do the best we can. One more time. Getting there. You happy there? Better than nothing. All right. Now, lions in general are busy when it is cool, and the Masai Mara, we found out they are busy during the day and at night. But I would say on a quick answer, they are more busy at night than during the day. For the one obvious reason, it's cool. They see better at night in terms of hunting. We get many kills are done during the night than during the day. They have the advantage of seeing better than the prey. It's cool, and especially when there's beautiful moonlight, you'll always get them out looking for some prey. And remember, we'd love to hear from you with questions or comments. Hashtag Wildlife on Twitter, or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. And for the kids questions at wildlife.tv. Now, they are heading towards an area that we call the marsh. And the marsh area has lots of water and lots of green grass, which would translate to having lots of prey. And if that's the case, they know exactly where they're going, because possibly in that area we have so many toppies, so many zebras, and other different antelopes. See how they blend in the grass there? Franklin's in the background calling. Now, what they may need, if they have spotted some prey from a distance, is some cover. And that's why you see most likely they're walking towards those bushes there. Not sure where the cubs are, but I'll be more than happy to spend quite some time with these two girls to see what is their ultimate plan.
Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. My name is Marna. With me on the camera is Gert. And this morning we are trying to see if we can find any signs of a leopard. So last night we also had a little bit of rain. So this morning it's quite fresh. It's really nice. You probably know what it smells like when you drive on a dirt road just after it's rained. It's like this earthy smell. So you've got a bit of that this morning, which is really nice. There's a little breeze blowing and we've got some cloud cover. Now this cloud cover is really good, especially if you're looking for predators. So looking for something like a leopard is good for us today. We're looking for tracks on the road, and the vegetation around here is also really thick. So this is what they like. Tracy, what methods do we use to track animals? So at the moment, we're scanning the road for their footprints, so their tracks. And what's nice, because of the bit of rain that we had last night, we can actually see if the tracks were after the rain, because otherwise we would see the little droplets on the actual track. And then also we listen out for animals like baboons or monkeys, bushbuck, kudus. They'll all be alarm calling if they spot a predator. So we listen out for them. Maybe birds flying up. Ooh, look at this. We've got something here. Some giraffes and wildebeest. But yeah, those are the kind of things we'd be listening out for when we're tracking or when we're trying to find predators. All right, look at that. Staring at us. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 giraffes at the moment. That looks like a young bull. Nice and cool morning for them to be feeding as well. Notice he's just stripping the leaves off that tree. Now following the others. So there are quite a few wildebeest with them as well. And yeah, safety in numbers. It's good for them to be close together. So quite often you'll see impalas with them as well. Sometimes zebras. Miley, why do you see the zebras, giraffes, and wildebeests together? Like I said, it's safety in numbers, so it's much safer for them to be in a large herd. There are more ears and eyes listening and looking out for predators. And with the giraffes especially, they've got a height advantage, so they can spot something from a distance. And then obviously the wildebeests and the zebras and the impalas, they'll also be listening and looking out for predators. And especially on a day like today, when there is a bit of a breeze, they have to be extra careful. You can see the giraffes looking around, just being quite alert, because there's a lot of sounds around us because of this wind. How beautiful is that, having all three of them in the shot? These all look like bulls. That one's quite light. If you look at the belly, the one Gert had there is just walking out of the screen now. Reaching down. Looks like he's feeding on that river thorn. A lot of new fresh leaves coming out. Beautiful bright green color there. And as tall as they are, you often miss them, especially if it's a thick area along the riverbed here. When they bend down like that one was just doing, you could easily drive past them, which seems quite strange. We're just disappearing behind the bushes there. Tailor-made. They do look quite light, but these are younger bulls. So as they age, the more dominant older bulls usually are a little bit darker. So we'll see, maybe we can find you one of the more dominant bulls, but they are very dark. So they do change color as they age. But these are all young bulls. You can see that is a bull. If you have a look at the horns there, the ossicones, they're quite prominent, and you can actually see that the tips have no hair on them. So these bulls, because they fight, they lose the hair on top of the horns. You've probably seen that maybe on documentaries, or maybe you've been lucky enough to see it in real life, but where they stand next to each other and they swing the necks around and they hit each other on the body. It can be quite hectic actually. All right, I think they've moved off. We're going to continue along the riverbed and see if we can find any more signs of that leopard.
Good morning, good morning. It is actually a cold morning this morning in the Kalahari, here at Tswalu. Beautiful sunset though, lions calling all around us, so exciting times lying ahead. We're hoping that we're going to get some of them. By the way, guys, my name is Moritz, and behind the camera as always is David. Our mission this morning is lions. We're going to try and see if we can pick up either on the pride with the cubs or on a couple of males or something like that. We are going to head out, go look for that. It is a nice and cool morning, as I've mentioned. So with that being the case, they'll be active for a little while longer, hopefully. Maybe we get them moving or possibly hunting or something like that. We are good to go. Unfortunately, I chose the wrong pair of pants this morning. Didn't realize it until it was too late, but quite cold. So it will keep us energetic and the blood flowing, because otherwise we're going to get cold ourselves. But also great morning. And then we're going to go look for some lions. Beautiful, beautiful sunrise.
So yeah, guys, we are going to go out looking for those lions, and then if we find something, we're going to let you know, okay? Good to have you with us.
Beautiful is sunrise or sunset. Now, we're just about to witness one of the winner prides just going somewhere on a raised platform where they want to warm up. Now, these three lionesses in this pride. You can see the one to the right. She has a collar, that's the alpha female, and the one to the left kind of looked like a little bit white or pale. Now, these lionesses had some meal yesterday. We had tried to follow them for about 4 days. They missed on a kill 3 consecutive times. So yesterday they were lucky. But then we didn't see the one with the collar actually eating. We only got to see the one to the left and the sister who we lost this morning. She was walking up and about in the bushes. Now later on in the evening, there was a male that came in and took the rest of the carcass. Now look at the belly. The belly looks a little bit full, but I'm sure later on today, this evening, they might go out on a hunt again. Now in this territory where they are, we have lots of wildebeest. It's rained on 2 or 3 consecutive days here in the Mara, so giving it an attraction where wildebeest have started streaming in to this side. So there's plenty of food. So these lions, at least, they know that they have something to eat for the rest couple of days before the herds decide to move back to the south. I'm sure she's watching over because we have some antelopes over to her right, but way over in the distance. Lions have a very sharp eyesight, so that's the reason why she's looking over to that side. So when Big James is panning over, you can see the beautiful savanna here, beautiful light, so giving the lions a very nice warmth because of the sun right now. It rained, and I'm sure most cats don't like getting wet. Karen, thank you for your question. Is Blondie still following the pride? Yes, Blondie is following the pride because Blondie is limping, and he knows very well that these lionesses have to eat or get something on a regular basis, maybe 1 or 2, 3 days. So he's definitely sure that he's going to take an advantage of whatever they get. But of course, he's not keeping up a good pace because of his limping leg. But yes, he's following them still. Big morning yawn. The sun is not too hot for her, so they're enjoying the sun right now. I'm sure they had a cold night, but with full bellies, cats or these predators can be warm. I'm going to stay with them for a little while and see what they're up to.
We've got some signs of kitties of our own. So these are tracks that I've circled here for a leopard. Unlike the hyena that we had a little earlier, there's quite a few differences within the track. Now, some of you know this, but a lot of you don't, in terms of being able to tell differences between tracks. So what we have here is the back foot of a female leopard and then the front foot of a female leopard. Now, this track here is quite messy. And again, it's the same story because of the moisture that's on the surface of the road during the night. A lot of soil is sticking to the pads of these cats, and as they're walking, that soil is being deposited. Now, these particular tracks, while they look pretty good, and a lot of people would think that this would be a fresh track, it's actually not as fresh as we would like it to be. This track has been made somewhere during the course of the night. The rain or the drizzle, mist, whatever you want to call it, the dampness was sort of started at about 7 o'clock last night, 8 o'clock last night. So it could have been anywhere from that time. The reason why we say this isn't fresh is because if you have a look here, you see these particles of grass stalks and bits of sticks. You see how they're on top of the track. If this was fresh, what would happen is, I'll use this as an example, is if I step, you see how it gets compressed into the track, and you see that there's soil that will go over top of it, and if I lift it, it leaves a line in the track itself. So that's where the animal would have stepped on it. Whereas these are quite clearly on top and haven't been disturbed. So with the wind that we've got blowing, all the grass next to the road is kind of drifting over the track, if you want to call it that. And that's indicating to us that the track is not as fresh as we would like it to be. But in terms of sort of leopard and why I know front and back foot, if you have a look at this track here, the length of it is quite long as opposed to this one. So this one is quite short, and the front track is very, very round and short, whereas the back track is more of an oval. You notice there's no claws on the front. If this was a hyena, we would have had that effect, which we don't. And also we've got those three very distinct lobes at the back with nice evenly spaced toes. So female leopard could be Kalamba, going for a little walk. Seems like she drank it in Gagopan and then has cut off from here. So we're going to try and figure out where she goes and what her movements were and figure out if it is indeed Kalamba.
See what she's doing there?
Covering the scent or what?
Of the stomach. This is actually quite cool. I'm not hearing them yet, eh?
Me neither.
So earlier we had the giraffes and wildebeest, and now we have found some impalas feeding with some zebras. Now they're behind this thicket and termite mound, and for a black and white striped animal they actually blend in really well as well. Not easy to see when they're behind these bushes, even though they don't have leaves at the moment. But a small herd, I think we've spotted a stallion, and then a few mares with him, and then also a mixed herd of impalas. See the ones with the horns there, the males, and then the females without the horns. And also feeding together because it's a lot safer for them. I love the back sides of the zebras. It almost looks like the tail was braided. Yesterday we were chatting about the shadow stripes on these plain zebras, and you can see that quite clearly now. Those lighter stripes in between the dark stripes. They really are like a work of art. And have a look at the mane there as well. I think it's so beautiful that those stripes just continue into the mane. They just extend up all the way to the top. Oh, there's an impala alarming. No, I think that's just one of the males chasing the females around. But I don't know if you noticed, as soon as, I don't know if you could hear the call, but as soon as that impala called, the zebra lifted his head. This is the one without the tail. So you'll notice that he's got a short stubby tail, and this is the stallion. And these stallions usually have some serious fights with other stallions, so they're very aggressive towards each other, kicking and biting each other, and they often go for the rump and the tail. So it's actually quite common to see stallions without tails, but it is quite a big loss. That's quite a nice fly swat, so it's unfortunate. We're going to continue and see if we can find any tracks of this leopard.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Anbion Punda Private Game Reserve, where this morning we've come across two big old buffalo bulls who are quietly sitting, ruminating. My name is Matt. Behind the camera this morning we've got Craig, and we are out here not too far from the lodge this morning because the heavens have started to open on us on quite a cold morning this morning. But these two big old buffalo bulls, just too old to now keep up with the rest of the herd. They found quite a nice spot to sit and rest this morning. Cooler weather just taking advantage of that here. You can see it both. It looks like they've both got some chewing gum in their mouths as they sit and ruminate, just bringing up previously digested food. And you can see that boss that people, or the top, that almost like helmet that they've got on top of their head, that people refer to on both of them, are really, really large sets of horns. Both look a little bit weathered, rips in their ears from probably walking through dense, very thorny vegetation. You can see that as the grass moves, quite a windy morning as well this morning, so just seeking a bit of shelter before they eventually would have to get up and carry on feeding. On the head of the one on the right-hand side is a red-billed oxpecker that's bobbing and weaving about, picking at ticks and things like that in their ears, and they can be quite an irritation to them, but also quite a help to get rid of said ticks in areas that they otherwise can't reach. It's just disappeared behind its head there. That flash of its red bill was... because this one looks like it's doing some sort of form of meditation. Its eyes look quite closed as it sits where it is. And also not a bad spot, because they do also try and tend to follow herds of buffalo in this area. We could very well come across more of them. Got a bit of a gap in the weather as well this morning. We've come out to an area where we, in the hopes on a day like today, being World Rhino Day, to find rhino. Instead, we've come across these two, and I think a lot of the animals will just take advantage of the cooler weather, although wind doesn't really help things like impala and yara from predators, but things like elephants will be out in the open. We might find a couple of rhino out in the open grazing, as opposed to on a really hot day when they'd rather maybe find a bit of a mud wallow and then rest in a shady patch. You can also hear it's relatively quiet in terms of bird calls on a chilly morning like this morning. Also, like you and I, it takes us a bit of energy to warm up to the idea of getting all chirpy and cheerful. You can hear one or two rufous nape larks calling in the background. But if this wind dies off, and if at all we see a glimmer of sun this morning, we might hear a few more birds. But you can see in the background now very ominous looking weather and clouds that are rolling in this morning. I think we'll be in for a rather wet morning here and beyond Phinda, that's for sure. Greg's just zoomed into an area where it looks like it's coming down already. That looks like it's making its way towards us. Buffalo not too phased with the weather at all. I can imagine they're quite happy. Also on a hot day would find them in a bit of a mud wallow, so they may be enjoying the break in weather from the really hot weather that we've been having. Dominion is asking how many herds a buffalo will belong to in its lifetime. Most probably just the one that it's born into, Dominion, but then herds might join up, other herds might join up with one another, so it might in its lifetime belong to one or two, the greater part of a bigger herd. I mean, in places like the Kruger Park, you get herds of buffalo that are 500-600, sometimes even closer to 1,000 animals strong, and maybe some of them break off and join up, but for the most part it's typically just one. Like these two, I can imagine were part of a herd and then just became too old to keep up with them, and now they are where they are.
So good morning, guys. These lions don't have to go to those buffalo. Luckily, they already have a kill, it seems. It seems like they made the kill either early last night or maybe yesterday during the day, because there's not a lot of the kill left. I can't even see anymore what type of antelope it was or herbivore it was that they killed. But beautiful. So we just had a question from Kamal. Do lions prefer eating a particular animal? I'm inclined to say yes. You know, depending on the area though. So it's not necessarily going to be right throughout Africa. It's going to be impalas or so. Certain prides prefer eating certain animals. If you come to this area where we are in right now, Tswalu Kalahari, we typically see them either on oryx or gemsbok, or if they're really hungry and they've got the males with them, they go for Cape Eland. Then if you go to places like Kruger or Zimbabwe or those places, like Wangi National Park, you'll find them preferring more things like buffalo and so on, especially the larger prides. So as soon as they have learnt how to, specialize in hunting a larger prey species, you will actually find them going for that particular prey species, whether it be giraffe or buffalo or so. It's not necessarily to do with the taste. I have, however, seen the smaller the antelope, let's say they catch a springbok, which is highly unlikely, but I'm talking about over here now. But let's say they catch an impala. You very quickly see a lot more fighting around the carcass. But for two different reasons. There's less meat, so that everyone wants a bite. But also, typically with the impalas, they've got very tasty meat because they're such selective feeders. So they only go for the good stuff, and because of that, their meat is very tasty for the lion. So everyone wants a bite of that. But yes, I would say that you would find prides having preferences as to what they would like to hunt. So with that being the case, I would be inclined to say that this might be an oryx. However, I'm not seeing horns yet, but okay, there's 5 lions lying on top of the kill at the moment, so I can't really see what's going on there. But yes, I would say they have preferences depending on the area, the size of the pride, and whether they know how to hunt that particular animal or not. So yes, absolutely. But very, very happy, guys, to see that the cubs are doing well. And as you can see, also very much on meat now. So they'll still be drinking milk. We saw them drinking still the other day. But absolutely enjoying what they would feel is ice cream. Beautiful, beautiful. And it's very good to see that these 3 young females have joined back up with the mom. The other day when we had them on the other young oryx kill with all the males vocalizing and all of those things, these 3 weren't with her anymore, and I think they might have just taken off because of all the males being around or something like that. But good to see them back with mom. It's always a good thing to have an extra help as far as hunting goes when there's 3 little hungry mouths like this.
Beautiful, lions. Incredible animals, especially in the carcass area, where here it's about the same, but there's only the difference. This one of the Volca male, which is fine. I mean, we just called in that he's been seen around in this area. But look what he's doing there. He's been actually the whole entire time when we're here, feeding on grass. Isn't that amazing? From lions feeding on a carcass and lions feeding on grasses. But cats do that. Dog can do that too, especially when the lions, or most cats, when they go for a few days without properly food. He looks like pretty limping a little bit. You can see his dark mane. It's great because he's actually mobile slightly, so it's great. He's coming towards us. So lions or most cats, they would feed on grasses, but for them is trying to actually get rid of the acid on their stomach. It hurts when they're hungry, and when they do that and they throw out, so the grass doesn't sustain on their tummy, and they're all just gonna vomit again when they do that. Dogs, cats, same thing. Look at them, pretty well camouflaged with these brown grasses. Always matches his color. So I'm gonna reposition. You want to know how old is that lion? So he's in his prime. Sure, how many old is a walker? But I suggest anything about maybe 7 years, 6, 7 years old, male.
So we know lionesses have changed position. You can see how that alpha lioness is quite lazy and feeling sleepy. The grass around here is wet, and the whole entire area is wet. So they've picked a raised platform, like on a termite mound, where they can get at least some warmth there. No, not quite sure where the other lioness went to, but I'm sure she will be joining them later. So lions sometimes, from a same pride, they always do what we call a contact call. Sometimes when you hear lions roar, they announce territory or even try to contact or maybe find the rest of the pride. Being 3 in this pride, so they don't have a very big territory, but they're allowed to walk in within the territory. So presumably the other lioness went somewhere else where she might be finding some food. But here we have this alpha. Seems like she had a busy night, or maybe it was cold last night. That's why she's sleeping there, warming up, while the other one is doing the same. Then look at how they've positioned themselves. So one is looking at a different direction while the sun is facing up. So good sign that they're also keeping vigilant of where they are. Now, when you closely look behind the ear, you see that black spot there. It's an important spot for lions. We call that the blind spot or the fake eyes or the false eyes. So this is important to know that if maybe there's a predator walking from behind, or maybe another lion that crosses over to this territory and maybe wants to attack, then the blind spot will act like eyes, hence the name false eyes. So if the lion is facing the other direction, whoever is walking behind her will definitely think that the lion is watching them. So keeping a distance, which is also a very important spot for lions. You can see how she looks very sleepy. She looks very sleepy, but we're going to stay with you here and see what you're up to.
Beautiful. So he's stood up in mobile, but he now looks like he's just close to this water hole, but sniffing around in this wood. Probably, I think this is where the other pride were yesterday. And for that, you were able to follow them from there. If there's just chance they're around, which I haven't heard of them this morning, so they only saw the tracks far off the property, and he just continue moving along that edge of the water. I thought he's gonna drink, but doesn't look like he's just gonna move away from the water. So I'm gonna keep keep on following him just to see how far he lead us probably into Pride, because we had 2 different Pride in this area yesterday. So.
So we've turned off into one of the small tributaries of the Timbavati River, and we found a grey or common duiker feeding in the riverbed here. So we've been trying to figure out what she's feeding on, and it looks like there is a beautiful flowering weeping boerbean above her, and I think with all this wind that we had last night and this morning, some of those flowers might have fallen off the tree, and I believe that's what she's picking up at the moment. Not very common to see these duikers out in the open like this. They usually hide away in the thickets, and also when they're approached, they'll just dive away. With duiker meaning diver in Afrikaans, it's an Afrikaans word. But we're still on the lookout for the leopard, so this is a really good area for leopard as well. And the leopards actually often catch these little duikers just because they kind of hang out in the same habitat. You can see this duiker is also very aware, constantly lifting their head and listening. But those flowers are just too tasty. Now, how I could tell that this was a female is if you look at the head, you'll notice that she doesn't have any horns. There is this little tuft of hair between the ears, little brown tuft, but usually only the males will have horns. There are records, though, in some areas where females actually also have horns, but around here we generally see that the males have horns and the females don't. Marigold. Why is it called a common duiker if it's not common to see? It is actually quite a common antelope. I mean, this is the most common of all the duikers, occurring, I think, all across sub-Saharan Africa, especially except 1 or 2 pockets. So they are quite common, but they are just hard to see because of the vegetation or the habitat that they tend to frequent. So, but they're around. You'll usually see them, but what you'll see of them is them just bolting or just diving into the bushes. But they are quite common. And then, of course, if a leopard caught one, you might see one hanging in a tree somewhere. That's also what we're looking for. But it is a beautiful duiker. And with them being the most common duiker out there, there are quite a few different subspecies of common duiker as well.
So alrighty guys, just to give you a bit of background on how we found this sighting this morning. So we came over the dune just after I did my introduction and actually saw this one lion running towards this bush which we are looking at right now. And so thought, okay, one lion, and then we came over the road and came closer, and then we saw another and another and another, and then we saw the cubs as well, and then we saw they had a kill. But just also, I'm pretty sure they went to drink water, and when they came back, that's when the lion was running at the kill, because there was a whole heap of jackals operating on the kill, and they were chased away, and we actually started seeing them coming back and coming closer again. David's going to try and, you can just see there's one over there baking in the sun a little bit, patiently waiting for whenever they might finish on this kill and leave a little bit of scraps. There's another one behind the lions. I don't know if we'll be able to get that. Okay, lekker. So you saw that one already. And yeah, I mean, for them to go and drink water, the lions now, it's quite some distance away. So I feel like when they left, it's strange that all of them left and all of them then came back.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for those gremlins, and once in a while they'll happen. You'd imagine for us to broadcast live from where we are, we'll always have a few technical hitches, but our tech teams will always fix them as quickly as possible. Now, the two lionesses I was following earlier before, they came across this way, and from the rains we had last night in the Masai Mara, we couldn't follow them straight, so we had to make a very huge loop, and I think we are getting very close to where they are. We can hear them calling, we are getting their audio, but we just won't find out exactly where they are. What I'm thinking is, most likely the female they showed you with the half the tail could be suckling the cubs, and if she is, definitely they are lying down in the grass. But it's in this general area where they should be. We saw a huge herd of giraffes that was looking in a particular direction, and those giraffes are the one that have led me to these lionesses, and they're somewhere in this laga, as you call them here. So just want to move slowly, stop the car, and first get my binoculars out, scan, and most likely I am going to see them.
No, while Gigi is trying to find some other pride, we have the winner pride here sleeping. Now, they've been sleeping here for a while because the sun is not too hot, at least warming their body from last night's weather or rain. We have two. The other one is sound asleep, while the third one is nowhere to be seen. So she walked into the woods. Now look at how she's sleeping. I'm sure she will keep on changing position because of the shade. But then the ground there is a little bit warm because it's slightly raised. We are currently in surrounding marsh here. So not sure why these lions picked the marsh. Maybe they were up after something and then missed out. Seems quite exhausted. The one on the left, the alpha female. Yesterday they did a very good job. They got something to eat, but it was small, calf, wildebeest calf. Then Blondie came in the evening and ate the rest. So they moved out from where the carcass was, and they're slowly heading the direction of the wildebeest. Now later on we'll be showing you where the wildebeest are, because this surrounding area has rained lots. I'm sure you've seen the impact of the rain. So we have elephants down way out there, and the wildebeest, look at how big the herds are. They're walking slowly while grazing. I'm sure the lions know there's food, so they'll be advancing to that direction later. Now, these herds, I'm not sure, sometimes they get confused with the rain, especially when the rain rains in all directions. They're known to smell rain up to 50 kilometers away. Now, when the grass is this wet, they don't frequent the river that much, because in around where they're grazing, there's some water holes where they take advantage of the water. So until when they decide to go to the river and cross, it will be about two or 3 days, because it's still wet here and the grass is still fresh and sweet, which makes them graze around this area. Now back to our lions. They're not Now back to allowance, they're not doing very much. Still quiet and sound asleep. We'll leave them here and try to find something else.
Well, hopefully they will be up a little later. We've been trying to follow the track of that leopard, but they went into our camp. And the squirrels have been crazy, but there's guests in camp, so we decided to rather leave it. If it's not Columba that's messing about there, and then she'll come back towards the carcasses, which are not too far from where we are at the moment. But as you can see, there's incredible signs of elephants here, and this particular tree is super interesting from a sort of height perspective. So you can see some elephants that are rubbing all the way up at the top there, so that's their kind of shoulders and their sort of top of their legs. But what's cool about this is that there is mud that is caked all the way on the tree down to here. Now this would indicate that this is a little baby ellie that probably has been rubbing around the bottom, so it's following the lead of some of the bigger guys that were rubbing on top. So this would be like females, young bulls, they would all be in this sort of section. But this low down, of course, it could be a leg or a foot, but generally when ellies rub themselves, they don't actually use their feet to rub against the branch. They kind of lean against it with their shoulders, and then they sort of do this motion. So this indicates that it was maybe a little baby that was going to town here and having a little scratch for themselves. But we often talk about ellies mud bathing, and we can tell how much mud they actually get on their skin. If you look at this is what I just peeled off of that tree, and you can see how thick it is. So this would have been caked on the elephant's skin, and as it's moving, it's going to be pulling little bits of debris off of their skin, so acting almost like an exfoliator to clean that skin up. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, when you find these muddy sections, you're actually able to kind of break them open, and you can sometimes find things like ticks encased in there from where the elephant is rubbed to get rid of them. It's not as common in elephants as it would be in something like rhinos and buffalo to find a parasite, but the ellies do sometimes show parasites in the mud itself. Now, besides this, there is the most cutest little thing you've ever seen. Now, generally, poo is not cute, but if you have a look here, this is an adult poo that you have here, and a very old adult poo, but you can see it's rather large. If I put it on the size of my hand, it's pretty big. This particular one has actually been broken and eaten a little bit by termites, but what is cute is this. Now, this is a little ball of dung from a little baby elephant. So you can imagine how small this little ellie must be to create a little pellet like this. Probably one of the smallest elephant dungs I've ever seen. It is very, very small, and actually still quite fresh. You can see it's still wet on the bottom. So it must have been from yesterday at some point, but that is absolutely ridiculous from a cuteness point of view. It is as small as you're ever going to see. I mean, if you compare, that's actually the best way to compare the two of them. It is absolutely minute. So hopefully we'll catch up with this little ellie at some point, because I really want to see how big it is if it's creating little poops like that. Right, we're going to leave the poop alone. We're going to carry on. We're going to try and see what else we can find. Hopefully there'll be something lurking in the thickets around.
Been seeing the droppings of adult elephants and baby elephants. But now I haven't been able to catch up with my lionesses. They must have hidden somewhere. But before I look for them again, I want to pose for you a question and maybe help me identify that yellow belly bird that you're seeing there, feeding and catching some either insects or some worms of some sort. And definitely we can tell she is feeding as much as she is also preening herself, putting her feathers in shape. Which bird species do you think this is? Hashtag World Earth at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. Tell me which bird do you think this is. That's first bird. Then I'm going to make your life hard this morning, because I'm giving you a second question or another quiz. Which bird do you think this is? It's much bigger than the first one, but just look at her carefully. You should be able to identify both of them. Very beautiful bird. We rarely see them. They never stop. They're always in the move, and sometimes they blend in very well. I think today could be lucky. Remember, the first one was small. It's a little bit bigger. We have a nickname for this particular one here, and it's called the water bottle bird. Water bottle bird. Who do you think this one is? Send your answers, as usual, to hashtag World Earth, #FC in the comment section of the YouTube channel. Indigo Girl and Erica, well done, girls. Well done. That is the yellow-throated longclaw. Very good. Well done. But I'll still not stop talking of having such a long name for a very small bird. I never understand how these ornithologists named these birds. It's so small for such a long name, but that's her name. Now, Indigo Girl and Erica, let's see. We got another one here. Who do you think this one is? I already give you the nickname. We call her the water bottle bird. When you hear her call, it's like you're emptying a bottle of water. You can see she might have picked that for me, and that maybe it's one of her own calling. So I'm going to stay there because she's very calm and not doing much. But of course, feeding. Oh, the other friend has come in, the yellow-throated longclaw. Very interesting. They have a commonality there, and it's because of the rains we had last night. Lots of food for them. I'll stay here waiting for your answers.
Now, from the little birds to the big birds of prey, we call them the raptors. Now, this is a juvenile butler eagle. So the butler eagle has come across a nest, destroyed the nest. Sometimes the nest, when it rains, they become heavy and sometimes fall off the ground. Now, he picked the little nest and he's devouring. Maybe he got some chicks from the nest. You can see he's picking something there. Yeah, seems like there was some chicks in the nest. Not quite sure whose nest that was. Now, the juvenile butler eagles take long before they get the full plumage. They take around 7 years before they get the color plumage. So if you look carefully, you can see that the bill or the cere is yellow. That will later on turn into red and then get very bright color there. Walking slowly. Maybe something got off from the nest. These raptors, you see them up on the trees, sometimes alone. Now, these raptors only lay one egg at a time. So during that period, if an egg is destroyed, they don't lay an extra egg to replace. Very, very, very interesting to learn about these birds. You can imagine a bird that takes about 7 years to get the full color plumage, so they need to protect the egg in a nest. Now, at this time, after the rains, there's lots of activity. We have sometimes rodents, we have termites, we have even lizards walking or crawling on the road, sometimes even snakes. Look at how he's watching. There's some vultures up in the air, so he was keenly looking. They have a very sharp eye. You can imagine, to locate prey, these birds have to soar up in the air to find prey, hence them having a sharp eye. Now, when you look at the tail margin, they don't have a tail. These birds are known to be without tails. So the scientific name of these birds is called the Terathopias equidatus. Terathopias means a beautiful face. Unfortunately, we can't see the beautiful face, but if you come across an adult butler, you get to see the reason why they're called Terathopias, or the beautiful face. Now, equidatus mean they don't have a tail. So butler or butulia means in French means tightrope walker or a street entertainer. So the tightrope walker walks in such a way, balancing not to fall. So the reason why these birds are called the bateleur, because when they fly, they seem like they're balancing, hanging in the air, because they don't have a tail and their wings are spread apart. Now, not sure where the parent is, but sometimes when they fend for themselves, or maybe when they're big enough, off he goes. And that was the bateleur eagle. As he soars away, that was very interesting to watch and to learn about. Yes, he's perched there. So he's gonna be resting there for a little while, or maybe the entire day, to find something to eat.
Beautiful. What was that? It's always such beautiful to see birds, this time of the morning, everybody want to get some meal to feed, to sustain their body for the entire whole day. Here, our avoca meal just went flat. So he's not actually looking for food right now. Or I just get an update from the other, guys that they have a Talamate on the far east boundary of Juma there. So he looks like he's so far from them. We've seen him, he was behind their scent. But since it has been two different prior here yesterday, I'm not sure what scent he picked up, probably from Kuhuma, and then ahead they crossed south as well into the southern boundary. It looks like he just heard me now. He's up. It's kind of a wind is picking up the whole morning, so sometimes the grasses can be disturbed him. So I'm gonna stay with this male.
So we've come across quite an interesting scene here. What you're looking at on the screen is a tawny eagle. I think still quite a young bird. And then we had a Wahlberg's eagle sitting right next to it in the tree. And just a few moments ago, this Wahlberg's eagle came through and he mobbed this tawny eagle. The tawny eagle luckily didn't fly off. But we're in this little clearing here, and there were quite a few jackals. They're still lying in the grass there. And we're thinking that maybe there was a carcass of some sort, maybe something small that a predator finished up, and these small scavengers are just looking for some scraps. And tawny eagles are usually, they're a really good indication of a carcass somewhere. So they're usually together with the bateleurs. I think I've mentioned this before, but when you see them around perched in the trees, it's always a good idea to have a good look and scan under the shrubs and bushes. They're very, very sharp. He's just hanging out now, and it looks like those jackals have also settled down. So I think if there was something here, they might have finished it already. But quite windy, you can see his feathers blowing in the wind. I think he's just getting ready to take off. Oh, beautiful. So true eagle, if you look at his legs, you'll notice that the feathers extend all the way down to the talons. So that's one of the ways you can identify a true eagle. And these tawny eagles have quite a thick-set bill. When he turns his head again, you'll see a large bill with that hook in front. You can see the little bit of yellow at the base of the bill, and then the black tip. Really is a beautiful bird. Oh, we're going to just quickly link to some lions.
So guys, exciting news. We actually found that large southern pride female just now. We left the others on the kill, decided to come and see where we are hearing a lion calling, and popped into her. And as you can hear, that's most likely her that was calling. We can still see some suckle marks. We haven't seen her cubs yet. She's still has yet to introduce them to us. She's lying down now. So we're going to spend some time with her now and see if she doesn't want to possibly take us to the cubbies. So Brenda just had a question. Do we have... guys, just look at how the wind is blowing this morning. Anyway, Brenda just had a question. Do we have any white lions in Tswalu? Brenda, unfortunately not. And you know what? As far as my opinion goes, I don't think we will have, just because with the Kalahari lion being such a dominant gene as far as that dark black mane goes and so on, I don't think there's going to be a case where you find a white lion being born out of these lions. As long as the Kalahari lion is pure, the genetics now, I don't see how a white lion or lioness would be born out of these particular individuals. Around the Timbavati and Kruger area, that particular spot is renowned for having the white lion gene in them. The only time we will maybe find a white lion over here, and then it's not going to be a white lion, it's going to be an albino, and that's when there's a gene deficiency or a problem with the genes. But that particular individual won't make it. With them being like that, they would be destroyed by the sun. So unfortunately, no, we don't have white lions. I love white lions. I've actually never seen one in the wild, but I would love to see one day. But I do think I'll have to go to Kruger for that. Here we've got those big black-maned impressive male lions and the huge muscular females, but all of them tawny colored. No white lions around here. Now you can see how big this female is. Huge, stunning individual.
Beautiful, very interesting, white lions. True, that could be an albino, which it's also true that they very harder to survive out there. They are not easy cats to able to hunt or survive, always visible for anything they want to try hunt. Here, our Avoka is still lying flat right now. So it's not changed since we're here. And then he doesn't actually even contacting or anything. Last night he was pretty much vocal around the camp. And then now it's just went quiet. It's so that because maybe it was no response, and he all of a sudden get tired of calling no response. And then he's part of the two other brothers, which we're not sure whether they're with Nkahuma, since they crossed south, and where they are right now. But, they dominate in this area. And for them, a lot easy for them. If they're separated, means they will be able to handle, scent marking territory around. They don't have to be always together. And this is how they would be able to get around, making sure that their boundary territory is well marked. And, it hasn't been much rain, so a lot of time cats or any of those animal that territorial scent mark, you're using their urinate or kind of glands, anything they use, it's more likely to be washed off during a pouring of rain. And you see a lot of these animals, they mobile after the rain and reactivate their scent again. But, it hasn't been much rain, so he actually not able to move too much fast around here to cover around, because his scent, wherever the brothers are, they've already done pretty much of a work out there. So maybe he's going to do this part of Djuma, since he's been around probably since yesterday when the rest of his bride came in. But yeah, and Talamati seems to be there lying down flat also, and they don't have a kill. That's what I heard. I was so close to the buffalo, I always crossed my finger last night when I heard that, they were, trying to get the buffalo down, but didn't work out. The plan didn't work out, so now he can see his eyes open a little bit. He might actually get to move again. It's still quite a great chance for him to do that. It's not actually the weather allow him to do that. As you can see, he's right in the open. It's just because of the wind, the temperature died down this morning. So almost cats rather just combine together for warm or move just to sustain and get a lot of strength to focus on hunt. He's more likely to respond to anything right now, in terms of scavenge. If he picks up anything right here or see leopard with his kill, he's more likely to go take it from the weakest other bride, or his brothers, whenever they have a kill also, they would do the same. They follow behind the females, and every time the female kill, this responds. They're there to take it. If it's impala, of course, the dominant male, you see how they're going to rip it apart, and finally they don't allow the females to feed on them, on that little carcass, because can't feed anybody else so small. They're more likely to be happy when they get anything from medium size as a zebra or wildebeest. It's a lot of food for everybody. And feeding order is that everybody has to, begin feed on animal at the same time. And that's why the fight occurred in the scene when you're there. And all you heard is a growl and somebody get nailed up. Since they have this, sharpening claws, this is when they fight now. There's no chance. They don't have a lot of choice. They gotta have to feed and get enough. In that case, when they're all full stomach and the meat remains full there, and they're just gonna settle down again. So you see one turns, two of them go to feed, and they all forget about the working harder they have done. So it's always for the lions, when they hunt the bigger game, is that, they would spend a lot of time in that carcass and feed on and on. Well, I'm going to take time here.
So yeah, guys, shame this particular female is getting blown away. You can just see the dust coming through every now and again. She's actually closing her eyes, not right now, but every now and again, not because she's tired, but because she doesn't want to get the sand in her eyes. This wind is crazy this morning. But a beautiful, beautiful individual. And I really, really hope she takes us to where she's hiding the cubs. She's such a good mother, though. I think that she might have spent the night with him, and she is now just taking some time for herself. The lions are definitely active this morning. You can see how she paid attention in that direction which she was looking at just now. I can hear distant lion calls. Now, when I say distant, it's difficult to really judge this morning because the wind is so strong. but you can definitely see that she's picking up something. A lot of vocalization everywhere, all around us at the moment. Everyone trying to just establish where the other individual is. But just a stunning, stunning view of this female. And I think she's enjoying the sun. Yo, it's nice and cold this morning, so very nice to have that sun on her back. But she's looking good, eh? When she was walking now, and even now when she's lying down, for a mom that's by herself now the whole time, like we've mentioned previously, she would occasionally join the rest of the pride on a kill if they're close by. But for the rest of the time, she's actually fending for herself, absolutely, at the moment, and providing for her little ones as well. So, I mean, as you can imagine, that always takes... What are you seeing, girl? That always takes a lot out of a female like this. And we don't know how many cubs yet, but I imagine that it's more than 2. And still looking in pristine condition, which means, well, it just is a testament of how good of a hunter she is. So we just had a question from Bata. How good is a lion's hearing? And it is exceptional. With a lion, all of its senses, sight, sound, and smell, is very good. The only thing they lack as far as sight goes is very good color vision. That's just because they've got great night vision, so they see more in a black and white spectrum. But as far as the hearing is concerned, they have got a very, very keen sense of hearing, which is great because, often they need to not only hear when there's prey around or when each other are calling, when they're calling to each other, but also, with a lion not being the biggest animal in the African wild, sorry guys, this wind is just crazy, but with it not being the biggest, strongest animal in the wild, she also needs to hear when there's an elephant coming around the corner. We're going to listen to this first. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, so they don't only need to hear prey species or each other calling like she was doing right now. They also need to be able to detect when there's danger coming. When they're lying under a bush, maybe sleeping or being inactive during the day, they're not always looking around. And so hearing is a very important part for them to stay alive. So very, very important. I can hear other lions calling now, guys, but it is far away. She definitely hears them, you can see that. So we might actually go and have a look and see if we can find those lions and then come back to this girl.
Yeah, elephant, lions, depending on what's happening out there, they'll always pick up sound very, very easily. Now, I got 4 animals here, or rather 3 animals that are all different. I got 2 birds, and I got elephants too. But the bird I want us to concentrate on is the big one there, because the last I saw him, he had 2 females, and I think they were in some sort of courtship. And this male, you can still see he is in breeding plumage. The ever majestic Maasai ostrich. You see, the white feathers today are much cleaner than the other day because of the rains I would guess you've been having. And he has not dusted himself. He hasn't touched the ground because the black cotton soil here is always dark or black in color. I think he wants to remain clean, looking pristine for the females if the breeding or the mating is going to continue. I've been here a couple of minutes, but I have not seen any of those two females he was with the other day. Not sure why. He looks a bit smaller to me than the other day. Could be because of how the feathers are arranged. Peter, for the answer we had before, you said it was the Bachelor's cuckoo, and I'll give you 80% for just saying a cuckoo. But Melissa, you got it correct. It's the white-browed cuckoo. Peter, and I guess with Melissa, or Melissa rather, you say it's the white-browed cuckoo, and that's the correct answer. It is the white-browed cuckoo it was. Thank you very much for sending through the correct answer. And I'm definitely not going to ask you who is this, and we all know it's the Maasai ostrich. There are certain birds will never make a mistake. They'll be feeding on some insects. He could be feeding on some grass shoots there. Crosses the road to the other side. And I'm thinking he's looking where the females could be, because sometimes you get the females going to the thickets or ostriches, but it's very, very rare to see ostriches going to any thick areas. Excuse me, they'll always be out in the open, of course, where they can see themselves, or where they could see the possible predators, like many prey, because I would say, he could be a prey for cheetahs, a prey for lions or hyenas. They'll always feed, head up, eyes up, and look around. See the elephants there, see how dark they look? Angela, yes, that's a great comment. He looks like he got some sunburn. And Angela, this is how they look when they are in that very prime or the time for breeding plumage. And you'll be surprised when it's actually, look at the redness there. Let's see how close you can get to the camera. I think that's the best a Bunge can do. But when they are mating, those legs you see there, Angela, just look at them carefully. They look very pink. That is now very prime. For me, he is good to go in terms of mating. And that's all the way from the toes, going up the thighs, look at the neck. And I think he's just showing off, staying in such a location, as much as he is on the road. He could be looking for some attention of the females. Not sure where the two he had went. Maybe you're asking how ostriches groom themselves. And just like most birds, once they stop eating, you'll always see their long necks on their feathers and opening their wings and doing what most birds will do. But maybe unlike many birds, ostriches do not have as much feathers, so they don't groom a lot. If you look all the way from the head through the neck, the legs or the drumsticks there, the thighs, they are always bare. And for that reason, we all know ostriches do not fly, as that tailless baby elephants crossing the road there. Doesn't even have a stump, it's just missing a tail. With the two animals there together. And very good camera work there, Bunge. Beautiful light. Let's see what that baby wants to do. Or he's just being playful. All right, mind my business. I got enough for myself. Ostrich looking at her. And also not bothered. How peaceful is this? Or imagine if the different species it would not be the same. If I'm guessing it was a rhino, rhinos are always very unstable, very uncertain with any animal they see out here. They rarely want anybody close to them until they understand who that is. They don't see very well, especially the black rhinos. But now this elephant, now the baby is now looking at the ostrich. Or are you going to say hello? Are you going to trumpet? Do you want ostrich out of the way? The ostrich just stood up and having his neck up. He looks big. And maybe the baby elephant chicken out. Like, all right. And if you look at that baby elephant, she does not have a tail. Flat. We've been seeing that a lot in the Mara. And the other day, I was asking, some research should be done and find out. This is not the only one. We see lots of this in the Mara. Some will have half tail, some will have a stump, and some will totally have no tail. And all theories have been there. Like, when they're playing, they catch each other, they cut them. When they're crossing the river, they've been saying crocs, catch them. When we get lions or the predators trying to catch them and survive, they cut the tails. I mean, all these theories have always been going on, but I'm sure maybe very soon we might get people who will come and research it. Oops, this one is a different, it has an attitude, that baby elephant here. And the other one is coming now. The two of them can give a little chase to this ostrich. I'll spend a few more minutes here and find out what is going to unfold.
Sounds like a very bad day for an ostrich, that's for sure. But talking about things that get chased around by elephants, what we've got here is the most beautiful flowers that elephants absolutely love. Now, this is the flowers for a tall white squirrel, which is actually a bulb that has grown. Obviously, this little part is growing, and these guys get really tall. They can get to about, as the name suggests, they'll get to about 1.5 meters tall at fully grown. And they start off like this, a small little flower, and then this starts to extend and becomes green eventually, and then it'll have this big white fluffy sort of tail at the end. And what happens as it grows is the bulb underneath starts to develop, and it starts to sometimes even push up out of the sort of surface of the soil, and you'll find that the elephants will come and they'll dig up those bulbs. They absolutely love them, and often what you'll do is you'll find in this area, maybe in a few months' time, you'll find the remains of the bulb as the elephant gets up. Now, for us as people, not only is it pretty on a grey day like today, but we can utilize this particular plant. So it does contain saponins, which basically is soap-producing element. So it can be used as a soap. It can also be used internally. With soap. Before I pass that is that it actually can be used. Part of that is on your scalp for dandruff. So if you have dandruff, this is a plant that you can use for that. And internally, which is probably an important aspect of that, particularly this time, is that it is good for bronchitis and bronchial asthma. So maybe it would be a help with the whole COVID situation. Maybe we've figured out a way to help people out is by using this particular guy. Wouldn't that be quite something? But absolutely beautiful little flower. So I'm glad that we managed to see when we were saying that the flowers will come out after the rain. So it's nice to see a bit of colour starting to emerge.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anbjorn Pinder, where we've come across a cheetah and her two youngsters. Where yesterday, in the exact same spot, we were with that journey of giraffe, and we were mentioning just how good of an area this was for something like cheetah. And today, here she is with her two youngsters. You can see her out for the count. There's a twitch or a flick of the ear there on the left-hand side. The two of them are lying with their heads very close to one another, and mom lying upright, quite alert. A really good area for her to be in. Behind us are a couple of zebra and wildebeest, who are probably all a bit too big for her to try and take down. Risk of injury is probably a little bit too big for her, but we saw a nyala walking past in the open area. So on a cooler morning like this morning, she could definitely look to take advantage of that if something comes her way. There was also a large herd of impala here yesterday who I can't see at the moment, but super well camouflaged in this burnt area. And already around her you can see that those fresh new shoots of greenery that have come through from the little bit of rain that we've had already, that a lot of the grazers are absolutely loving. There, the youngsters have now pricked their head up. It's a little bit of shake of the fur or the heads to try and get rid of that water that's now fallen on them. Claire, you're asking how long these cheetah will stay together. The two youngsters who are about 6 or 7 months old will still be with mom for quite a while. They will only leave their mom at around 18 months to 2 years old. And then the two of them will most probably stick together for a couple of months after that. I'd say around 5-6 months more together before they eventually split off. If it's two males, I'm not too sure the genders of those little ones on the left-hand side there. But if it's two males, they'll stick together and form a coalition. Or if it's females, they'll eventually separate and then try and start a litter or family of their own. So they've still got quite a while with mom. You can still see that very fluffy hair behind their necks. And I mean, just in comparison to the size of their mom, maybe about half the size. I'm hoping maybe now that it's starting to drizzle, she might get up and move. Now that, you know, it would mask the sound of them walking through this grass, an open area. Look to take advantage of that. But it's amazing how well camouflaged they are as they lie there. Mom is now also fast asleep. You can see her eyes closing, and it almost as if they take turns in keeping watch. And as I say that, they both the youngsters put their heads down too.
So alrighty guys, have a look at that Bigfoot. This is the lions that we heard calling when we were with that female just now. Two big boys, actually not too far away. Just shows you how strong the wind is this morning. By the looks of it, we have on the right hand side that one with a very intimidating face, the number one male in this particular area. We call him Stompy because he's lacking the tip of his tail. And then I still need to confirm which one this other one is on the left hand side. Just wanna it looks like the one that we might be calling Kinky Tail, but I'm not seeing his tail just yet, so we'll have to get a closer look, or if he just picks up his tail or so on. But they do like spending time together, these two. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful condition, as you can see. It looks like the one on the left had a little bit more to eat recently, but judging from their tracks, so as we came down the road, we actually found one male's tracks going, and then just maybe 400 or 500 meters down the road, we saw the other one joining him on the road, and that's when we found these two shortly after. So I don't think they were all together the whole night. They might have been doing their rounds. The one might have been eating. Are they adapted to? So Percy just had a question. Are these lions adapted to the prey, to the soft sand due to the prey that they hunt and the environment? Absolutely, they are. So those big feet, definitely a big thing. It's like having snowshoes, walking in this thick sand. And guys, I know it's difficult for you to see that now or to feel it, but the sand is really, really soft, softer than beach sand. So with that being the case, they have those big, big paws. to, not sink into the sand the whole time. Also, you can see the tracks over here at the moment. Look at how big those tracks are. So that just gives you a perspective of how big the feet is. I mean, if I had to put, they would definitely be bigger than my hand at the moment. So if they had to put their hand on my face or their paw on my face, they would cover my face completely. So big feet, do not sink into the sand. Also, they are physically larger. It's like being in the gym the whole time, walking in this thick sand. So their muscles are huge. Also, their frame is a little bit larger so that they can, move easier. Over years and years of natural selection, the larger individuals of the Kalahari or Kalahari lion have survived. The smaller ones haven't. So typically you find that the lions are larger with big feet to operate in the soft sand.
So we've just come across a spurfowl digging in the middle of the road. Now, as far as I know, these spurfowls usually eat seeds and bulbs and tubers, so there's a chance that it could be digging for a bulb or tuber, something like that. But it does look like it's actually eating insects. Now, I've read that sometimes they do supplement their diets with insects, so I think he could actually be eating either ants or termites there. So, if you look at the face, he lifts his head every now and again. You'll notice that he's got red around the eye, a very prominent red, and that tells you that it's the Swainson's spurfowl. It's quite a common bird around here, and they're really noisy. They make a lot of noise. They usually sit right at the top of a tree, or on top of a termite mound as well, and they just scream. So we've decided to change our plans slightly. We've moved away from the riverbed, and there were reports of the Birmingham Pride with another buffalo carcass in the south. So we're going to be slowly heading in that direction just to see maybe we can get a glimpse of them. So we're out in the open plains at the moment. Alright, so we're going to watch this little guy for a little bit longer, and then we'll continue, see if we could find those lions.
So from the sparfowl to the big raptor here, the long-crested eagle, I'm sure if the sparfowl falls into this territory, then it will be food for this guy. Now, seems like he has something in his sight, because he's not taken off his eyes from that point. So the long-crested eagle are very territorial birds. They occupy a big territory where they can live within that territory for about a year. An area or a territory which is rich in food, water, and rivals sometimes will be fought off and chased out of this territory because you don't want competition within your territory. Now, these birds sometimes eat snakes, small birds, especially the terrestrial birds, and sometimes I've seen them going for some mice and rodents, grasshoppers, and what have you. So this bird has been here for a little while. It looks like he wants to fly off, but not quite sure because of the long grass. We cannot actually tell if there's any rat or mice in the long grass. Look at how beautiful the wind is blowing the crest. Now, one of the birds that's easy to identify from a long distance because of the crest. Look at how beautiful he is. And the puffy legs. Now, those legs helps them, especially when they're getting hold of snakes, which sometimes deter them from being bitten by the snakes. And also the crest sometimes confuses some prey like snakes, which sometimes might try to go for the head, and then the bill just picks in and smashes the kill. Seems like he's about to take off. Not quite sure if he's gonna leave soon. Seems like there's something walking in the grass, definitely, because he keeps on looking right, left, and center. Oh, something spooked him. There's a heron just flying past. I think that's the one that spooked him. You don't want to be spooked when you're trying to look for food. You don't want your eyes to be off the target. Little groom there. Now they're getting also he's getting the warmth because it's warming up, and I'm sure he was a little bit wet. Then has double advantage. Now he's warming up as well as trying to find some food. Come again with your question. Sorry, I didn't hear the question so well. Renee, thank you for your question. Yes, birds lay different colored eggs. We have terrestrial birds. We have birds that perch or maybe in the nest up on trees, and those ones that lay their eggs on the ground. So different birds lay different eggs. We have like the ostrich, which have a big white egg. We have the other terrestrial birds that have spotty or colored eggs. So birds have colored eggs. He's still grooming himself, getting some lice or some parasites from the body. Now he's looking over to the left, not quite sure if the target moved to the left. Sometimes even when the grass is moving, maybe because of the wind, they also get that attention. Very sharp eyes. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Masai Mara. Please bring in your questions at #WildEarth. For the young viewers, kids' questions at wildearth.tv. And then on your YouTube comment, please ask your question at AFC. We'll be ready to answer your questions. There's a small bird that just came in there. Now, the raptor is watching over a bee-eater. Not quite sure if she's gonna go for the bee-eater.
Well done, team. And I think today is going to be a birding day, and birds all over, birds everywhere. Now, I've come back to where I started the drive this morning with the sandalbill stock, because I've seen lots of stock in this particular area. But there's one stock I want we look at, just disappeared in the water there. It's called the yellow-billed stock. See if she's going to pop up again. Just somewhere there. Little hiding, but I'm sure. Let's see if she comes out, because they're always in the water feeding. So here we have so many stocks this morning. The yellow-billed stock, the marabou stock, and the sandal-billed stock. I also saw 4 abdim stock and woolly neck stock, and they'll always come during the rainy season when there's lots of food and maybe breeding starts. Now, there she is. And I just normally admire how these stocks feed. They go right in the water. She's in water where she is right now. Well, she just came out. And you see the feed she got. They got very special sensors. beneath or below their feet. And they put them in the water, and sometimes they disturb the water, or sometimes they just place them in there. And any slight movement, they will tell that's a prey. And then they'll remove the feet and strike the prey using their long, sharp beaks. Very solitary birds. But of course, when mating, you'll get a male and a female, or when they're raising their young ones, they're back in the water. Now, just look at her feet. Sometimes, of course, they'll use their beaks just to disturb the water. But it's more the sensors in their feet that helps them to trace or track food. And feeding always on the move, unlike the herons that are always very slow and very patient. Christine, good question, and you're asking where the storks in the Mara will nest. All of them roost on top of trees. They are not ground nesters. They are always roosting on trees, including the marabou stork that you're seeing behind there. They usually have that huge sack that you see below their necks. And during breeding, it gets even bigger and bright red. Most storks always associated with water when it comes to feeding. But the marabou stork, like you see there, they scavenge a lot. The yellow-billed stork rarely scavenge. I would say they do not scavenge. They'll always get fresh food. You'll see the marabou storks together with other scavengers like vultures, sometimes with tawny eagles and bachelor eagles are scavenging what other bigger predators like lions or cheetahs, leopards have hunted. Tall storks, and of course bearheads, the next are bear. When they dig themselves in carry-ons, they do not get lots of flesh or blood in their bodies. Now, the reason I came here was to look for the sandal-billed storks, and you'll just have to be a little patient because they may show up.
Well, it's that where it is World Rhino Day, and so what better to celebrate World Rhino Day than to plonk one's bottom inside a massive rhino midden. So there we go. We're now sitting inside a rhino midden. And this is a very, very, very large rhino midden. It extends quite far. You can see it's kind of, if I stretch my arms out, still all the way on either side. Now, this particular midden, white rhino, this is going to be a male white rhino that will have done all of this. And we know that it's a white rhino because if we take a handful of this and we look at it, it is all grass. There's no little branches in there. We know white rhinos feed pretty much exclusively on grass. There'll be the odd little forb inside there, whereas black rhinos are mostly going to be feeding off leaves and off the bark and little tree twigs. You'll find these twigs that will be a 45-degree cut inside here, as well as the coloration of the dung itself. So in this particular midden, you find that it's quite a grey sort of brown colour, whereas if it was black rhinos, because of the fact they eat so many different plants or trees that produce tannins, particularly things like tamboti, you'll find that the dung takes on a much more reddish appearance. Now, the reason why these are made is obviously all territorial. So this is the male rhino's way of saying to everybody, this is my area, this is where I'm going to be. And so what they do is they essentially come and defecate in here. And how they do it is they'll walk and they come, and as they're walking, they're going to scrape their feet and poo at the same time. That then gets onto their feet, and they're able to then track it wherever they go. And any other rhino that comes along knows this is the territorial marking of that particular bull. Now, he won't mind allowing others to defecate around here. As long as they don't break the dung apart, he's happy for them to do it. You can see quite a few dotted balls lying all over the place. And I want to show you something else just now, but we're going to just kind of move off a little bit, and I'm going to try to see if I can find the differences between them and elephant and buffalo, so you can see how the three big herbivores' dung differs if you were just to find a ball.
So, alright guys, today here at Tswalu, it is definitely a lion day. Just down the road from where we left those two males, now we actually saw, I thought there was tracks coming down to the water and then would have come back up. I thought that was one of the two that we were looking at. And then we saw there's no tracks coming back down to where we had those two males. So started following that, and just past the waterhole, here's this guy lying as well. So 4 different sets of lions this morning already, which is epic. I do think though that that one that we think is the kinky tail male, and then this one might have been on a kill together, because you can see how both of them have rather round bellies at the moment, so nice and full. They haven't eaten too long ago, or they've been eating not too long ago. But this is the one that we call the hipster. So I know it's a funny name, but unfortunately for him, since he was about 2 years old, he got a little hip injury, and he's been walking funny since. It's not affecting him in any way. As far as survival goes, he can still run and hunt and do all of those things that he needs to do. Otherwise he wouldn't have been with us still. But yeah, just a funny walk. It's quite easy to track him when you find his tracks. Always. Also, his right hind foot doesn't register on his front foot. So we just had a question from Panina that how old are these lions? So typically in the Kalahari, regardless of whether it's at Tswalu or let's say in the Kalahari or something like that, you find the lions growing a tiny bit older than what you'd find in Kruger. And the only reason for that is just because their territories are so vast. They don't come into contact with other lions as often as you would in a high concentration area like Kruger or the Lowveld or some place like that. So these lions at the moment are between 10 and 12 years old, the males. And then the females, there's some of them that's 8, there's some of them that's 6, there's some of them that's only on their first litter of cubs now, so 3-4 years old. But the males, they range between 10 and 12 years at the moment. So a bit older, still looking in pristine condition, as you can see. When they open their mouths, you can see their teeth has been worn quite a bit, but I mean they can still do everything they need to do. So between 10 and 12 years, the older individuals being close to 12, the younger individuals of the coalition being around 10 years old. And typically you'll find that in Kruger you won't find the lions, well, you'll find them growing that old, but by that time they're not in their prime anymore. They won't have a pride of females necessarily or so, unless the coalition is huge, 4, 5, 6 male lions, so that they can hold their territory for longer. However, over here, because the territories are much larger and the concentration of lions in a particular area is lower, the amount of fighting and competition for territory is also much lower. So that causes them to be able to grow a little older than what you'd find in the Lowveld or in other parts of southern Africa for that matter. So yeah, very happy to have them for such a long time, and it's just beautiful to see them growing older than usual and still looking so good. Still actively mating and patrolling their territory and doing all of the things that, you know, a 7-year-old lion in Kruger would also be doing, which is great. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, guys, I think we're going to leave the males because they're looking like this at the moment, and we're actually going to go back to that female, that single female, and see if she doesn't want to do something interesting, okay?
Beautiful, you know, from sleeping flat cat with Mo, and now we just actually visited these. We were talking about the Talamati pride that have been found on the eastern, boundary here, Djuma and Torchwood, and then we had a privilege of finding them still sleeping, and a lot of them looks like they all have a lot of blood on their throat. Some example of this looks like it's one of the female here. You can see there's a coloration on it along that neck. It's different to most. Looks like they've probably eaten. We're not sure what they have ate, but they haven't yet get cleaned enough. So there's evidence of blood still painting this animal's coat. So in a bride, Talamati bride, I'm not sure how many of them now, but there's got to be a lot of them here. Cameroon, you want to know, welcome to the show this morning. Hope you're all right. So you want to know how long can a lion sleep? Yeah, lion has the longest sleep than most other cats. So they can sleep for anything about, 20 hours, 18, 20 hours. If it's possible, seen lions sleep for 24 hours. It was the latest male lions I ever had around here. So depending on what kind of mission they're at, also if it's a lot of activity around them, they're more likely to get disturbed, stand up and check around. But if they're within their own territory, that's what makes them comfortable, not to worry too much about looking out or getting up or run. So I'm going to wait here with this bride.
Well, we've managed to find ourselves a herd of elephants. Now, conditions today are not great for doing elephant approaches. Luckily, we have a really large tree that we can use as a way to block our sort of view of them, or their view of us. Also, wind, luckily, is blowing from them to where we are for now. It's swirling quite a bit, and so I'm a bit hesitant to kind of do too much with these ellies. We're lucky in the sense that they've come out of the thicket a little bit. You can see this ellie is open and is just down below where we are, which is really, really cool. We've been so spoiled with elephant walks of late. Look at that. And that elephant has zero idea that we're here right now. And like I say, it's because the wind is blowing kind of up the drainage line. And so we've managed to get ourselves into a position where they won't have to worry about smelling us. They're going to not be picking up our scent based off the fact that the wind is blowing in the right direction. The problem that we have is, like I say, is that the wind is swirling a little bit. And so every now and then the wind's shifting direction. And so it's why I don't want to get ahead of the herd. The herd is mostly moving sort of away from us, but this is absolutely as epic as one could have for an elephant walk, to have an ellie as close as this, and to be completely unfazed by us. I guess I've been spoiled the last few days, that's for sure. But unlike 2 days ago when we walked ellies and we were very relaxed and we sat on a mound and we enjoyed their company for a long period of time, today is a very, very different scenario. We can't spend nearly as long with them just because of the weather conditions. So we're going to have to try and keep sort of pushing to get into places where we can at least see nicely, but not get too close to them. And we certainly won't be sitting in any direction that they're traveling. We'll be behind them for most of it. But still, it's an epic way to spend a morning, that's for sure.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anbion Panda. We've got a little bit of movement here this morning from these three cheetah. It's more the youngsters who, almost like with us, with yawns being contagious, all the three of them yawned, did a little bit of grooming. The youngster that stood up was grooming its mom, almost as if to say, like, come on, time to go. And now it's fixed on there. A couple of zebra and wildebeest behind us that are grazing in the open floodplain, fixed on them. Not anything that this youngster could chase and successfully hunt, but it's coming up to that time of year when the impalas will start having their lambs, wildebeest their calves, and that's something that mom would potentially catch, bring to them, and then they could start honing their skills. Just having a look now, the wind, not really in the favour. The wind's blowing from them straight to those wildebeest. Mum not really interested at all. There might be one or two wildebeest there that are about, or if a year old, that were born November, December last year, that she could probably take down, or maybe if there's a young zebra, the same thing. But you can see she's not that interested in moving just yet. They were all huddled really close to one another because it is still quite chilly, and this wind is adding to that chill factor. You can see a big old leg stretch. A little bit more grooming from the youngsters, but mom is happy to stay put where she is for now. Cub's having a little bit of a wrestle in the background now as well. And you can see just how alert that mom is. Seldom gets rest. You saw earlier when she closed her eyes briefly, but now just looking around. Happy Clap is asking how big the cheetah population in Pinda is. Quite a healthy population, I think, Happy Clap. At the moment we have around between 20 and 25 cheetah on this reserve, which is a really strong population. And if you look at our population density in comparison to the area, 30,000 hectares, just to compare that to a place like the Kruger Park, if the Kruger Park had the same population density as us, they would have about 2,500 cheetah as opposed to the 200 or 300 odd that they do have. So we've got a really healthy population of cheetah. And it's because of moms like this, very successful moms who hunt regularly and successfully at that we have such a strong population. And you can see with the cubs starting to get a little bit more active, maybe that won't encourage mom to get up and move. And that would be quite exciting if we were able to follow her through this open area here behind us. Extremely well camouflaged as well in this burnt area. All of these quarries that have now got that bit of an orange tinge to them, that dead grass, they blend in really, really well. I'm going to stick around and see what the three of them get up to. Oh, now they move.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just look very carefully there. There's a mother holding her baby by the neck, and this are the banded mungus. They have just disappeared there. They had a small little baby that was lost in the tall grass and kept calling until one of them ran very quickly and caught the baby and was holding her by the neck. Now, look at there carefully. That baby was lost in the grass. The mother came back very quickly and she picked her by the neck and is going to take her to the rest of the group. These are the striped mungus, you call them sometimes. living in huge colonies. There are about 50 of them here. And they remind me of the meerkats in the Kalahari. That's the only way they are able to spot their enemies. And look at that pose. Very synchronized. Look at that. Either there's something they don't like or they won't confirm what it is. This is the greatest or the best pose I've seen of these banded mongoose. Well, one of their natural enemies are snakes. And once they're convinced it's all safe, so good to go, they'll groom themselves and continue eating. One more look. The meerkats of East Africa. All good? Okay. Roger, you're asking whether the mongoose are bigger than meerkats. In general, yes, all species of mongoose are bigger. The only one that could be smaller, dwarf mongoose are a little smaller. But if you look carefully on the banded mongoose, they are a little bigger than the meerkats. And apparently, we do not have meerkats in East Africa. They are mainly insectivores. They tend to eat beetles mainly. The rhino horn dung beetles. They eat millipedes. They've been known to eat scorpions. But also once in a while, you'll see them eating fruit. It's the last one in the colony, not sure why. She's staying back. Maybe she has more responsibility of confirming to the colony that all is safe before they head out to the den. Well, that was exciting, and I'll be moving on to find out what else I can find for you ahead.
So, all right, guys, as you can see, we're back with the large southern pride female now. She is looking a lot more active than the males that we just saw, which is great. A bit of cleaning, self-grooming going on there. Looks like she's also trying to scratch her nose to a certain extent as well. We've got an insect here called a louse fly. Oh, and they are the worst. They also very much like a tsetse fly, deliver quite an uncomfortable bite, and afterwards it's quite itchy. So we don't have tsetse fly over here, but if they probably fulfill the same role almost, and they like concentrating their movements around the faces of the animals. So you'll often find them sitting here close to the eyes or around the ears or so on. They're where the skin is probably at its thinnest, so that they can dig into the skin to drink the blood. So I'm pretty sure that was what she was busy scratching there now. Just a little bit of cleaning still. When she lays back down, you'll see the suckle marks still very prominent. Okay, better than that. But yeah, so still some very good suckle marks there, which means we just had a question from Uno. Can female lions run faster than the males? You know what? I'm going to say yes, just because, they are not... She's going to vocalize now again, guys. Oh, this wind is horrible. So yeah, I know the wind is crazy, guys. I just wanted to try and see if you can hear that. But yes, I feel like the females will be able to run faster. They're also more agile, just because they're not as heavy. You know, a male lion can get up to as heavy, well, as sometimes around 250 kilograms. So even for a big female lion, that's 70 kilograms larger than what she would be. So with that being the case, they've got less weight to carry around, and they also need that speed more. You know, with the male being so large, he's got extra power, whereas the females will have extra speed to be able to run down animals and all of those things, especially with them being the primary hunters. So I feel like, yes, absolutely, they will be able to run faster than males, purely because of the fact that they don't have as much body weight to carry around. Also a little bit less muscle, you know. Imagine how uncomfortable it must be for a bodybuilder to run the 100 meters in 10 seconds flat. That's going to be very much the same. But I'm going to start following this female. I'll continue talking while we do that, just to see where she goes. Let's do this. But absolutely, I do think that the females will be able to run faster, not necessarily by much, but definitely faster than the males, purely because of their sheer size of their body being a bit smaller than the males, and them needing the speed a bit more and utilizing that speed more often. You know, a male lion doesn't necessarily always run at full speed every day when they are doing whatever they're doing. However, the females, whenever they hunt, they have to be at the top of their game. So also that is also another reason for them to be able to have a little bit more speed. But guys, we're going to see where this female is going, and then hopefully she shows us her cubs, and then we'll come show you.
So lions are very fast. They can run about 50 or 55 kilometers an hour, especially when pursuing prey. Now this hippo here is way away from the water. Now, if he comes across a big pride of lion, then he is vulnerable. But hippos are known to travel a long distance back and forth from water, about even 30 kilometers. Now, because of the fresh grass and the pools that have formed up in this area of the swamps, sometimes young bulls are kicked out by the dominant bulls from the river because of the territory. Hippos mark their territory a long stretch, sometimes even up to 20 kilometers stretch on the river or maybe a lake. So young bulls are not welcome into that territory. So sometimes they're kicked out. And what they do, they seek refuge in these small pools that form after the rains. Now, because this area is not disturbed that much, that's why this guy is feeding while walking around. Then we will go rest, maybe under a shade, or maybe to a pool. Now, second thing that make hippos be out of the water in this long distance away, sometimes when they're injured, sometimes the fish or oxpeckers sometimes disturb them in the water, so it becomes very irritating for them to be in the water, and they come out in the open. Look at how he is walking slowly. This definitely tells you that he might have been kicked because it's too late for him to be out by himself. If he was still welcome in the territory, he would have been in the water. But it seems like he's walking down to the marsh, where he will go and rest in a pool where we've had lots of rains last night. Look at how slowly he's walking and how big he is. I'm sure sorry I didn't get you well. It's too windy out here. Indeed, Hippo on a stroll. Thank you for your comment. He's walking slowly, and I'm sure he's on a mission heading somewhere. I think he's had enough of the grass up there. Look at the oxpecker hitching a ride. Now, oxpeckers sometimes irritate these big giants, sometimes even getting into the wound and disturbing the wound, where sometimes they eat blood or suck blood on the body. See, like he's chewing something. Now, hippo, when they're walking, they're known to feed and graze while they're picking grass. They grasp grass with their lips. So we're going to follow him closely and see where he's headed.
Beautiful. What a great time, following hippo. Especially when they're out of the water, where they usually spend a lot of time inside the water. But when they're out of the water, that's the great visual. You can able to see how big they are. Now, I changed position here. Still sitting with this bride of a Talamati bride. And looks like the whole bride here. I couldn't actually manage to count all of them. There's a couple of young males in this bride, which I think they're born in this bride. Out of a Walker's gene pool, I believe. That male we just had this morning on the far west from here. So they look bloody, but when I look at this, some of the other big female in his bride, they don't look full. So, and then looks like some of them are looking to travel slightly to the west, and he's one of the two young one. This looks like Stompy tail, I believe, was been cut off. I don't know what happened there, but lay down. Look at this female tummy. Yeah, empty tummy. Maybe it happened when they have a little bit of a feed, whatever it was. Maybe she was not close by. But I have a lot of chances for them with this kind of weather like this, cloudy. Beverly, it's true. It's a lion red block. If you ever want to drive to the other side, you're going to have to wait until they got up. But luckily, we have a time now here to spend with them. And it looks like they're all mixed up with this young one. There are a lot of females in this one. So we'll be just sitting here with them.
Welcome back, everybody, to And Beyond Pinda, where not a lot has changed here with this cheetah mom and her two youngsters. She maybe now has noticed something in the direction that she's looking was a warthog earlier. I can't see it at the moment. And a relatively small warthog at that, which is, I wouldn't put it past her to not try and chase, but a warthog that did have tusks can do some serious damage to a cheetah mom, and she obviously doesn't want to risk getting injured at all. I think just weighing up her options this morning, it is still quite cool, so maybe an extra couple minutes of rest, hunker down where she is with her two youngsters before she sets off in search of a more, I'd say, sustainable or manageable prey. Something like an impala or a small nyala would be a little bit easier. I think the last time they were actually seen feeding was about 3 days ago on a young nyala. So it is now around about time where she would be looking to hunt again. You can see her looking at us now. The cheetah for me have got the most striking of all the cat's eyes. Those very, very hazel colour eyes. Phenomenal vision. All three of their senses, in fact, very acute. And she's just now having a good look at or scan around her to see what's about. Listening as well, obviously with this wind, it would affect their hearing somewhat. Bob, you're asking what the minimum size prey a cheetah will catch. Cheetah, I've got quite a wide variety of prey that they'll catch. Something like an impala is probably ideal for them to catch, just size-wise. But youngsters will try catch birds of prey, maybe guinea fowl, things like that. Maybe birds that are a little bit more sluggish to take off. In this area, something like a black-bellied bustard, even something like a scrub hare, she could catch. So I don't think there's a minimum size requirement, but something as small as a scrub hare or a game bird is definitely something that she would look to catch. Even the youngsters now, for them to try their hand at catching something like a scrub hare could definitely help them hone their skills one day down the line when they on their own and having to fend for themselves. Just having a look now, one of the youngsters up, maybe also encouraging mom, also saying now it's time for their next meal or potential next meal. Also could just be a bit of a reshuffle, but you see mom's noticed something again now down in that this old river, this Munyawana river that's running in front of us here. And come rainy season, this is all just in front of her, completely full with rain. You get things like pelicans, flamingos here, for those twitchers at home, things like black kukels. But here, I think mom might be on the move. That big old stretch, maybe she's seen something on the far side that we haven't. You can hear oxpeckers as well. Oxpeckers might come from things like impala, a whole wide variety of things actually, zebra, wildebeest, even a herd of buffalo. There was a herd of buffalo seen in this area not so long ago. But now that she's on the move, it will be interesting to see where she ends up or what she does. Maybe just reshuffling to a more comfortable spot. Lovely with that little bit of light on her this morning. You can see towards the back end of her hips how they indented a little bit. It definitely looks like she could do with a meal this morning. So I'm going to stick around and see what happens.
So, okay, it would seem like she just also reshuffled, just like the cheetah just now. Finding a bit of a shady spot. It is warming up a bit, guys. The wind is still pumping, but if you are in the sun constantly, there's definitely going to be a little bit of heating up happening. So I don't think she's going to show us her cubs this morning. I think she might have been with them during the night and now this morning gone off to maybe go and link up with some of the other Pride members, just see that everyone is still doing fine. But I do think she's found her spot for the day possibly, and she's going to relax here for a little while. Maybe this afternoon start moving again. It is cool enough for her to still be moving, but judging by how those eyelids are dropping, I don't think she's going to be doing much more moving. So if not, we might actually head back to that kill and see what the mom and the cubs are up to. But for this morning, it's just been great to to see her again and see that those suckle marks are still very prominent and that she's doing well and all of those things. So, as long as she's doing well, the cubs are going to be doing well. I can't wait for her to show them to us. I feel like it's time now. The first time we saw her with suckle marks is now about 3 weeks ago. So even if the cubs were just born then, they should be close to a month, which is normally the more or less the time frame of where she'll introduce them into the pride again. So hopefully soon we might get lucky and there's going to be new fluff balls in the pride. And then we're going to get some great activity when you find the pride together with the older cubs and the young cubs playing and all of that. It would be incredible. But yeah, incredible morning and a stunning view. Look at those mountains with all the blackthorn flowers and everything just around. It's a beautiful day. Lazy lion. Now you can also, when we go in on her like that, just there where her leg starts, you can actually see the little black spot around the teat of where they were drinking. So yeah, very prominent drinking marks or suckle marks, which is great. So we just had a question from this and that. How old are her cubs? And unfortunately, I can't tell you because I don't know yet. So with them not being seen yet at all, we don't have a size reference or anything like that. Like I said, the first time that I saw her personally with suckle marks on her belly was about 3 weeks ago. By that time, it was already relatively prominent. So I would say the cubs were at least 2 weeks old by that time. And with that being the case, they were most likely going to be, if I had to say, let's say 5 weeks old. However, it's difficult to really say because we haven't seen them. She might just be a very paranoid mom and she's taking, instead of a month, she's taking 2 months to introduce them into the pride. So it's difficult to really say because we haven't seen them. The other cubs, the ones that we saw earlier this morning, they are now about 4 and a half months old. And we can just say that because we've been seeing them for a while and also we've been tracking their movements. And the size that they are at the moment is typically the size where they are at around 4.5 months old. But for this particular female, we don't know yet. We need to see the cubs first to really be able to, give a good estimate of what their age is. But yeah, very excited to finally, or to hopefully soon, meet her little new addition to Tswalu. So yeah, guys, I think we're going to head to the kill site where we had the pride this morning, see what they're up to, okay?
So we've come across quite an intense scene here with 3 of the Birmingham lionesses feeding on what's left of this buffalo carcass. Now, there isn't much left, but what she's dragging there must be quite heavy. And it just shows you the power of this lioness, how she easily just pulls it into the bushes there. Pretty much just the backbone and the ribs left. But how incredible is that? So this pride, they've become formidable buffalo hunters. We actually had them on a buffalo carcass 2 days ago. And now they've caught another one. And they've pretty much finished it. I'm sure they caught this buffalo last night. and it's almost finished. You can hear them growling at each other whilst they're feeding. Okay. Also very aware. There are other vehicles in the sighting with us. Quite a few people around at the moment. But notice that female on the left, how full her belly is. I'm sure they've already had a really good meal. But as lions do, they just gorge themselves when they're around a carcass. We've got a really nice angle here, especially when all of them look up. See some of the others approaching in the back again there. Coming back for some more. So they'll probably finish this carcass this morning, and then they'll move on. With it being overcast like this, they'll probably keep moving. They might rest in the middle of the day, but then they'll move on. And because it's so cool this morning, it means that they can feed for much longer into the morning. It's not hot, so generally when it heats up, usually at this time already, it's too hot for them to be feeding, so they'll just lie under these bushes in the shade and wait until it cools down, and then they'll return to the carcass later. But luckily it's nice and cool, so they can just keep feeding. It does look like the skin's still attached, but they've completely stripped the skin off those ribs there. Tony, if another prey species walked past where the lions hunted, I doubt it. These cats are very opportunistic, and sometimes even when they have full bellies and you see them resting after they've had a big meal like this, you'll see them lift their heads and look at whatever's passing them. But with them having or still having food there, I doubt that they would actually go and hunt something else. If something did approach, they might chase it off. But they're not gonna expend more energy to go and hunt something else if they do have something there. You know, they still have some meat and food there. Lions are generally quite lazy, so they're not gonna run around if they don't have to. You can see the big male walking in the back there. Just found a new spot to lie down. The rest of the pride, they're all scattered in the background. But this is where the action is, around the carcass. So these lions can be quite hostile towards each other when they're around a carcass. And it's pretty much survival of the fittest when they're feeding together. And although they're all related and they're a family, you know, when there's food around, it's almost like they go blind, you know, they just see the food and whoever's in their way will get it. That's why you often see them fighting around these carcasses. And then after they feed, they'll groom each other and lick each other and almost cuddle when they're sleeping together. And that's very important because they need to strengthen those social bonds again after they've been so mean to each other around a carcass. You can still hear them growling. I hope you can hear the growling. Now that growling will also attract scavengers and potentially other predators in the area. We're going to sit with them for a little bit and see what unfolds here.
Correct. I mean, lions will always groom sometimes before feeding and naturally after feeding or having a drink. Baboons, to me, groom even more, and I think that's what could be happening where we are currently, and have a huge troop of the olive baboons. A lot of grooming has been going on, a lot of play of that young male there with that female. I'm not sure that's an actual mating, but I've seen that was a very tiny baboon, I think, trying to mount a female. Seated, the one scratching itself there to the right on that term and mount. You can tell it's definitely a male. They'll always have their genitalia sometimes out, and they'll always stick them out, of course, to excite the females. And the two on the left are both grooming and maybe eating at the same time. Lots of activity going on here. Also, a lot of discipline is going on. You can hear some squealing and screaming. Most likely the mothers are putting a bit of order and discipline into them. So many youngsters, I think they've been feeding the better part of the morning, though they're just taking it easy. What are you telling mom? And mom is holding another baby there. Comes in. Either she's asking for something, that female there is showing off to the male, and you can tell the difference. Look at below the tail there, the genital is quite red, while the males will not have that. The hindquarters are not as red. As for the females, that's one of the obvious differences, but ideally also males are a lot larger in size than females. Females tend to be more friendly, grooming the males, removing all the fleas they might have, any ticks, any lice. I think this is the order here. This is how things work out here for the baboons. Carrying the small little baby I was talking about. And the mother feeding at the same time. It could be anything they can get there. Baboons being omnivores. Anything green, anything red in terms of insects, spiders, lambs of impalas. Should they catch some birds in there? Should they bump into eggs of ground nesters like lapwings? Small snakes, they do also eat. Reptiles, geckos, chameleons. So the baby's out running. At one point I had seen some baboons on top of a tree. Not sure they're still there. Let's find out. They always spread themselves out. Some will be feeding on the ground. Some will be feeding on top of the tree. Or just resting. And the ones that go that high, ideally what they do, they got an assignment of making sure their neighborhood is very safe. When you look at that one there, she doesn't seem to be doing anything, or he doesn't seem to be doing much, but I'm sure he's just scanning around for safety.
So we have a mixed herd here. We have zebras and we have wildebeest. Now, because of the rains last night, we have lots of pools around here. So these zebras and wildebeest will keep grazing here because they have adequate water. So you can see some of them are resting while some of them are grazing, and while some of them are playing and running, chasing each other. The work of stallions. Actually, stallions do that most of the time. Now, in a zebra family or a herd, sometimes we call that a cohort or a zeal of zebras. You find that one stallion can keep up to about 12 mares. So these herds mix up and they'll split up into their respective groups. So stallions clash most of the times, and they will not tolerate other stallions close to the mares. Now, the mares in a particular herd are able to identify each other by the calls and sometimes the markings. See, some of them are heading back to a waterhole that is not far from where we are, while the wildebeest have already had their share of the water. The zebras are grazing while others are going to rest under a shade, and some are going to drink. Now, when the herds mix like this, you find that there's a selection of how they graze. Now, the wildebeest will eat the tall grass, and sometimes what is left from when they fed, the zebras take part. So they work very well into a good relation, especially when they're feeding, grazing, and walking along. Now, they also play a vital role in terms of security. Zebras have a very sharp eye, so they'll warn the wildebeest on any due danger. You can see how the stallions are looking at us, and sometimes that is how they do look at the predators. So stallions, because they have to protect the mares, they have always to be on the vigilant, checking up around, see if there's a predator or any other stallions coming to join them. This seems like the grass has a lot of water, so it's also gives them more energy and more water when they are grazing here. So meaning that trips to the water will be short, not as long compared to the dry days, especially at this time of the year or month. See some of Light, thank you so much for your question. Do these herds ever fight one another? Now, when it comes to species clashing, yes, they will fight. So we find that wildebeest will fight amongst wildebeest and zebras will fight amongst zebras. But then when it comes to zebra and wildebeest, they don't fight because there's no competition over food. They have abundance of grass, so there's grass everywhere, so there's no competition, so they don't fight at all. But interspecies rivalry happens often. Some of these, you can see some of the wildebeest are resting, meaning that they've already had enough, so they always take turns to rest while they keep on carrying on with their journey.
They would probably beautiful, so sorry about that. Here we're still sitting with this bride. Now they come slightly to this open area, but off that road they were at earlier. And some of these young females are busy cleaning themselves. See how well camouflaged they are into these brown grasses over here. And then, of course, if you don't know they're here, you're more likely to walk to them. but they not actually sleepy. They have been doing a lot of movement since we're here. One of the females, she's pushing to move away where the rest do not agree with that. So they managed to also stood up, all of them. That's where I knew some of the females, they don't have full belly here. A lot of these young ones, they're the one that had a most feed on whatever they kill. And it could be an impala, which I count probably 11 of them here. So impala, if it's impala or warthog, there is nothing in them. They need to hunt again. Just gonna stick around here.
Now heading up the mountains where, in those areas that she's walking through could be something like a nyala that's taking a little bit of shelter from the wind, or even maybe a small herd of. But she's gathered a bit of an audience as she's gone along with her two youngsters in hot pursuit. One lagging slightly further behind, but they're never too far from mom. A couple of those zebra and wildebeest that we mentioned earlier are now watching them as they scale this hill in front of them, as the youngsters give us one last little glimpse or look back over their shoulder. But they too maybe also just finding a patch that's a little bit more sheltered in those guarri thickets from this wind, where they'll settle for the day. Amazing how well camouflaged they are now as they move through those areas. I've lost sight of mom. You can just see, oh, there she goes, as she walks further up the hill. With the youngster now next to her. Stopping to scan every so often, and even something like a grey duiker could be lurking in an area like this. But still relatively open, and you might have seen cheetah using things like trees or fallen over trees, termite mounds to climb up. Mom now has emerged a little bit higher up on the hillside. Have a look at that shot. Beautiful as she sits there posing for us up top of that, or halfway up the hill. And that burnt area sticks out a little bit more as well, with their two youngsters bringing up the rear. But just a lovely vantage point for her to now scan this open area thoroughly to see if there's anything out there that she could potentially hunt. Everything has noticed her. There's almost like an amphitheater down below that's watching the three of them, pardon me, as they sit from their spot. And as I have a look through the binoculars further left, there's nothing else out there. But amazing now, even though it's burnt and a little bit more open, when they're still like that or sitting like that, they are super well camouflaged. It's only that movement that will catch your eye, if anything. And maybe the whites of their underbelly now, or just below their necks, that might give them away.
So we're still with these lions, and we've just been watching them tugging and tearing away at this carcass. It seems like most of the pride have actually gotten up and they are heading north, so they could potentially be looking for some water, and the closest water is quite far away, a couple of kilometers at least. Like I mentioned earlier, at least it's nice and cool today, so I actually thought that they would get up and go look for water after this. But from this angle now, you can see that there isn't much left. You can see the rib cage on the left there, and then you can see the spine. See that one lioness going through the skin there. And then earlier, they were also licking the skin. Now, there were these small patches of meat that was still left on the skin. And lions have very, very rough tongues. It's almost like sandpaper. If you have a cat at home, you might know how rough a cat's tongue is. And a lion's tongue is even more rough than that. So it's like these little spines or barbels almost that face backwards. And they use that to lick meat off the bone or to get dirt from their fur. But a very, very rough tongue. And sometimes if you're close enough and you see a lion yawning, or if you've got a really good camera, you can actually see those spines on the tongues if you zoom in, or if you're looking with binoculars. Koala, are there any vultures or hyenas close by? Not as far as we can see. So in this area, we're in quite an open area, and there are only a few small trees around us. So no vultures yet. And also with this weather, the vultures don't fly around too much. They generally use the thermals, so the warm air. So when it heats up, these vultures will rise up and they'll ride these thermals and then in look of food. But when it's overcast and cold like this, you'll find the vultures perched in the bigger trees along the riverbeds. So I don't think they've actually been around to spot this. If they were flying around, then I believe they would have sat in the few trees that are around, because the carcass is out in the open. Normally, if the lions can, if it's a hot day, they'll drag this carcass to a thicket or to a little bush, and to get it out of sight, firstly so the vultures don't come and sit around, but also so it's out of the sun and they can continue feeding for a little bit longer as it's heating up. Those vultures also attract other predators and scavengers. We've actually seen that happening where the lions follow the vultures because they know there might potentially be something around there, and lions sometimes do scavenge as well. And these lions don't want that. Especially if you look at what we have in this pride, there are 2 small 5-month-old cubs with them. So they don't want other lions to move in. That could be dangerous. You can see this one licking the skin there again. Now, if you look at that female, and I've mentioned this before, but we can hear it quite clearly now, but you'll notice her pushing that skin right to the back of the mouth, and it's a molar and a premolar that's specialized for cutting, and usually you'll see when they're opening a carcass or when they're going through the skin, they will push it right to the back of the mouth, and that's what they'll cut with. Might be a little bit too windy to hear, but it is quite loud.
Okay, guys, there's a lot of relaxation going on around here now. We are back at the kill site with the Southern Pride and their little cubs. You can see the one oak is still up, but the rest are looking like that. We have had the chance now to have a closer look, with them not being on the carcass anymore, at what it was, and it was actually a young oryx or gemsbok. Not too big though, which is why they finished it so quickly. Probably around a year old, so not a lot of meat on that kill, but everyone's belly's luckily nice and full, so enough to keep them going. They might be lazy now for the next, I want to say, day, and then start looking to hunt again tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. But you can see nice and red in the face. Haven't even had the time to really start cleaning themselves and so on. They're just taking it easy now. Everyone now starting to look for a shady spot. Very, very cute. Those little ones. So now you can see also, to have a little bit of a reference as far as how large the cubs will be when they're at around 4.5 months. About that size, typically. You might find little guys growing a little slower or faster, but typically speaking, this is more or less the size of the cubs when they reach that age. So imagine how cute and small a 1 month old cub would be. I really, really hope we get to see that other female's cub soon. Oof. He's just giving us a little bit of a stare. So Kendra just had a question, how many male cubs are in this pride? Kendra, we had a look the other day with these 3 youngsters. It would look, well, if I did look correctly, or it's difficult with them to be absolutely sure because they're so small. All the obvious parts are not very pronounced yet, but it looks like in this litter there's 2 young boys and then 1 little lady, 1 little princess. So currently in this pride, the compilation that we have right now, we have the 2 young boys, the rest are female, even the sub-adults that we are looking at, the 2 that you can see there lying on the right-hand side. However, they had 2 young boys previously in the pride as well. They've been kicked out now. They're about 2 years old, so they're not part of the pride anymore, and then it would be great to meet the newest addition to the Southern Pride, that other female's cubs. And if once she introduces them to us, we can properly see, or try and see, whether there's any male cubs, or if they are all male, or how many are they, or all of those things. But currently in this particular pride that we know of, we've got the 2 young cubs that's male, and then 1 little female, and then the rest are females, and then the big boys that will join them occasionally, the ones that we saw this morning. So yeah, if I am correct, and if we did see toolboxes on both of them, it is 2 young boys at the moment in this litter, and then the other litter is still to be revealed. But yeah, so they are going to become the next kings of the Kalahari.
Welcome back everybody to And Beyond Pinda, where these 3 cheetah have literally scaled this small mountain here off to our right hand side and have found themselves a really nice vantage point. Mom, I think, just having a a thorough scan of her surrounds from up there. It's starting to warm up quite nicely as well. Now you can see that little bit of sun on them, burnt off those morning clouds. No more signs of rain for now, which is quite nice. Bit of a break from that colder, more wet weather. And she's just making or planning her next move from up there. Both the youngsters are back behind her now, I think lying flat, or at least the one still sitting up, but the other lying flat. You see their mouths open now as it starts to warm up, panting, taking a little bit of effort for them to climb up to the top to where they are. But just taking it all in. You might hear a huff or a puff every so often. There are a couple of zebras just off to our left who were sounding the alarm for those cheetah, but they've now got their heads back down, busy grazing this morning. Yeah, that was the last zebra to sound the alarm. That's now walking off, and you can see they've all lost interest in the cheetah, all with their heads down, grazing this very fresh new green grass down below that. A place like this would be ideal for a rhino. Primarily you're asking how cheetahs mark their territory. They, not so much the females. Females have home ranges rather than territories, but the males will scent mark. They'll actually go and defecate and urinate on objects out, specific landmarks, you could say. Things like termite mounds, maybe it's a tree or a stump or a post in their said territory. And after weather like we've had this morning, you can imagine it will wash all of those away. So things like cheetah males will have to go out and mark their territories again. That being said, a lot of the cats will have to do that. Leopard will then go and have to do that. Male lions you might see having to go around and then scent mark a little bit more after rains, but that's how cheetah will mark their territories. They'll scent mark and then defecate in specific areas that mark the boundaries of their territories. Just having a look there, a couple of warthog also now have made an appearance on the left-hand side. One or two relatively smaller warthog, maybe from the end of last year. That time of year, we'll see if we can't get a view. They are quite a distance away from the cheetah. As it stands, aren't really too interested in them. But it is quite open here. Those warthog can probably see a lot better out here where it's burnt, as opposed to areas that still have that long grass, as they can't really see above that grass. But one of those warthog, or at least the smaller ones, the piglets, could definitely be something that Mom could potentially hunt. That being said, as I look back at her now, she's lying flat again. I think just enjoying the sun that's now made an appearance. But a lovely area, and I was really hoping that we'd come out here this morning and find a couple of white rhino maybe out here grazing this fresh green grass, or even something like a black rhino. A lot of this burnt sickle bush that's been previously singed is quite palatable for them. They actually quite enjoy it. But no fresh signs or tracks of rhino this morning. We'll persist. We'll see if we can't find some of them somewhere down the line. But for now, I don't think this cheetah mother's going to stay out in the sun for very long. We'll see where they end up.
Now here we have one of the stocks, the woolly neck stock, a very large bird. Sometimes you find the woolly neck stock in singular or sometimes in pairs. Pairs of up to a flock of about 5 to 10 birds sometimes can be encountered. Now, these birds, we have some crested cranes around here who are feeding and grazing, and you can see these ones are grooming themselves, cleaning, while the other one is resting. Now, sometimes you see these birds associate themselves with other stocks, the crane and the woolly neck stock. No, not sure where the woolly neck stock has gone. Oh yeah, there we go. So they prefer the wetlands and sometimes after the rains because their diet consists of amphibians, reptiles and insects. Now this bird can also be a menace to farmers sometimes, and we can see them sometimes in cities. I reckon in India these birds are known to build their nests in cell phone towers. Now, why do we call them the woolly neck stock? Because you see the neck, it looks like it's woolen, very white, which gives them the name woolly neck stock. You can see he's walking up and round, trying to find some insects in the ground. Yeah, I got something there, maybe a grasshopper. Yeah, I got something else. With this water coming in the marshes, you find sometimes when we have some small tadpoles, small fishes, and other insects that they take an advantage of. So when they're walking like that, they disturb any insect in the ground or in the grass where they get to eat them. So flocks of these birds use sometimes what we call the thermal soaring, like the vultures. So this bird is known to use the thermals to soar up, to fly to a different area, which is a good thing because when they use the thermals, they don't flap or they use less energy. Now he's been moving quite a bit. Seems like there's plenty of food over here. No competition, just by himself, which is a good sign. So we're going to leave him as he keeps on feeding and try to look for something else. Megan, indeed. What a fancy looking bird. Thank you. Now, as he keeps on walking and getting something to eat, we're going to try and find something else also. The distance we have the wildebeest grazing, and I'm sure bringing in lots of insects and also flies. We have lots of oxpeckers around here. Beautiful cranes resting.
So these lions are making quick work of this carcass. 2 more of them have joined in the feeding. And I don't think this is going to be here for much longer. Now, I just want to point out to you in the foreground here, you can actually see where they'd killed this buffalo. And you can see, Gert moves out, you can see that big pile there, and that's actually the stomach content of the buffalo. It's hard to see on screen, but yeah, there are two different textures, and because buffaloes are ruminants, they've got 4-chambered stomachs, and you can actually see the different stages of the grass on the floor here. It's a little bit tough to see the other pile now, but no, quite interesting. Look how dirty that one is on the shoulder, the one on the right. Moondust, how old are the adult Birmingham lionesses? We're estimating them at around 13 years old. They're quite old. And yeah, but you can actually see that when you have a close look at their condition. When they open their mouths, you can see the canines are worn. The one of the eldest lionesses, her one canine's completely gone. Ooh. On the lower jaw, and yeah, you can see that they are slowly deteriorating. Females might live up to 15 years or so, but I'm hoping that they'll still be with us for longer than that. But yeah, these lionesses they're formidable. They really are the largest lionesses I've ever seen. If I compare them to other lionesses and other prides in this area, these lionesses are very strong, big, muscular animals. Especially if you look at the two older females. And this Birmingham pride has always been known to have these large, muscular females. You're noticing something in the distance there. Let's see what happens.
Very good to hear the news of the Birmingham Pride. And we have known lions once in a while. They'll predate on giraffes. Now, a sitting giraffe to me is always something very special. And I always debate which is longer, the length of their necks or the body going downwards. The largest ruminants that we got in Africa, the giraffes, and after spending a couple of hours maybe feeding, they'll always slow down and start chewing cud. This is the Maasai giraffe, and a second one they're sitting. I guess we got 4 species of giraffes in the world. In Kenya, we got 2. This one here and another one called the reticulated. We got the northern giraffe and the southern giraffe. But in between, we got a few subspecies. Like in Kenya, we got another one subspecies that we call the Rothschild giraffe. And of course, the differences of all these, be it a species or a subspecies, comes in their body patterns. But if you look at these giraffes here carefully, on their anchors, they have like white anchors, we say. And the other subspecies, the Rothschild giraffe, it's white all the way to the knees. So if you look carefully there, see at the feet, near the hooves, it's all white. We usually make a joke and say they are wearing white socks, whereas the subspecies, the Rothschilds, we usually say they are wearing white stockings. Now, not sure. These two want to do their normal playful necking, but the one bull there wasn't interested. Tall animals, always going in herds. Lilac, how are you today? And you're asking, what are the common trees giraffes feed on in the Mara? Now, I'm sure, Lilac, you've been watching us. We have the very iconic trees of the Mara that we call the shepherd trees or the balanets. That's one. And the second one are the vichalias. Vichalias, way back, we used to call them the acacias. Those two are the main trees they'll feed on. Once in a while, like what you see there, we call it a bossiae. You'll see them, nibbling the leaves, but not as much as the shepherd or the balanet or the vichalias or what you used to call the acacias. Occasionally, Lilac, you'll see them when they're not feeding on the very tall trees. They'll feed on small little bushes that we call capers bush. And the capers bush are not only loved by giraffes, but they're preferred by many animals that browse, including the black rhinos. A very vulnerable position for giraffes to be, while seated like that. It is always very tricky for them to get up and take off should there be a concern. Well, giraffes, have yourselves a beautiful day.
So when giraffes are lying down, they're vulnerable. Not a common idea for these topies. They always pick a termite mound where they'll stand sentinel, especially the males, to watch around the territory. Now here we have one male and a bunch of females and young ones. Now these topies they mark their own territory where they'll attract females into their territory. But it's quite a unique way where we have lots of males engaging and trying to attract females within the entire territory. Now, these topies are related to the hartebeest, and in South Africa they're closely related to the tsetse, but they have a different color. You see that they have a bluish hind leg and yellow on the lower leg. Sometimes we call that blue jeans and yellow socks. Now these males, especially the topies, have a preorbital gland that they rub across on the ground and on twigs, which is a common way of communication between these species. They're also known to have a gland between their front legs, which is good for when they are walking around, then they are able to be followed by the rest. Now, topies have very sharp eyes, so whenever you see predators around, topies will be the first ones to alarm. So recently we just had the first litter, or some of the topies have already given birth. They give birth at around September, October. The gestation period is about 8 months, so young ones will be encountered at this time of the year. So they also follow the migration. So also topies are known to migrate further from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. This is a small herd, but we have sometimes herds of more than 100 to even 50. So we have a variety of antelope species. So if we can number about, we can tell about up to 8 or even 10. We have lots of antelope species, including the bovines, which is the buffalo, which sometimes falls into the antelope species. So we have a variety of antelope species here in the Mara. Now these tortoises are moving closely, following the big male there. And I'm sure they will go and join the wildebeest, where they will walk together as they graze.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody, to And Beyond Panda, where I'm not sure if you saw that, but that fish eagle has just taken off from its perch. Oh, beautiful. Not sure if you heard that and saw it as it threw its head back. I'm going to keep quiet for a bit to see if it doesn't call again. But such an iconic sound of the bush, that call of the African fish eagle. Yeah, so when we arrived to this watering hole that I think now is completely dry, there were one or two patches of mud in the last couple of days where I think that fish eagle was trying to see if there weren't a couple of catfish or barbel still swimming around in those pools that it could maybe find an easier meal before it took off that you would have seen, and then perched in the tree before it called. And down below are a couple of giraffe, also all feeding in this area. Wide variety of things closer to a watering hole. This obviously with that abundance of water that allows for such a beautiful call that as it disappears now, that fish eagle. Interesting to see when it calls as well. It throws its head back up to the heavens above and then just took off. But in the same area, there's been a lioness that guys have frequently seen the tracks of coming into and then disappearing from where these giraffe are. Just looking at that giraffe now, I wonder, it's just staring off to the right-hand side. I don't think there's anything there because the rest of them are all quite relaxed. I think there was something of interest, they'd all be fixatingly staring into that one spot, but no such luck there. And we came here to also see if there weren't perhaps a couple of rhino that were not here to wallow. Jan is asking if these giraffe species will crossbreed. There is only one type of species of giraffe here on Beyond Panda, the plains giraffe. So, yeah, no, they will not crossbreed here. Yeah, like I said, just the one species of giraffe here. You can still hear that fish eagle calling off in the distance. Such a pleasant sound. Might just carry on a bit and see if we can't find a rhino before the end of the morning out somewhere in a spot where we can get to appreciate them on World Rhino Day. I know we set out this morning in search of them, but we haven't had any fresh tracks or signs just yet, but we'll keep searching. Still out in the open, but this area, like I was saying, with all these giraffe feeding around here, there's a wide variety of things from robustas to knobthorns that they'll all feed on. Just here with that abundance of water do really well in this area because of that water.
So we're still with the feeding lions, just enjoying our last moments with them, seeing as there are other vehicles that are going to be moving in shortly, and then we'll have to make space for them. But look how full that belly is on the female on the left. Big food baby there. So I've read that a male lion can eat about 30 or 40 kilograms of meat in a single sitting, especially if they're around a large carcass like this. And that is a lot of meat. Females probably slightly less than that. But as mentioned earlier, you know, they gorge themselves when they're around a carcass like this. They'll keep feeding until this is finished, because they really don't know when their next meal is going to be. Sky high, which parts of the carcass will they not eat? You'll usually find that they would leave behind the head, so the head and the horns, with concerns to this buffalo, and then also the hooves. And then the larger bones, sometimes they'll leave behind for the hyenas as well. And I've actually also seen them leave behind sometimes the stomach, and you'll see the hyenas rip apart the lining of the stomach, but usually the lions will feed on that as well. And then if the hyenas are lucky, then they might leave behind a piece of the skin as well. But normally it's just the head and the hooves and the really large bones. It's hard work taking down a big buffalo like this, so they have to capitalize while they've got this meat. And the smaller, softer bones, you know, they have to eat as much as they can. Look how she's holding the head of the buffalo, that lioness, with her paw on the horns. Oh. There you can see the inside of the skin. And there you can see the spinal cord in the back. There's still a bit of meat there on the spinal cord, not much. Sorry for the gruesome scene. But they are having a field day. We haven't spotted any hyenas around here either. And earlier, I thought it was actually quite strange that there weren't any hyenas around.
So, right, guys, these lions also pretty much sleeping at the moment, but where we are right now, all of the members of the pride have now joined under this little thicket. So we've got all 3 sub-adults and mom with the 3 cubs all clumped together. You can see that one has started, now not so much anymore, but she was just busy cleaning herself. There you can see going again. But what going around the paws and all of those places, you know, just getting all those hard to reach spots. But when we go to, you'll see, look at the pinkness of her nose. Also this one lying here facing us, well, now you'll be able to see it properly. Very, very pink nose, guys, and that's a clear indication of them still being young. So typically when we look at the lions or even a leopard or something like that, you know, as soon as you can, or as long as you can still see that pink nose, you can be relatively certain that they're still very, very young. We know these females, the ones that we are looking at right now, are around 2 years old, maybe a tiny bit older. But it's only around the age of maybe 3-4 years when they'll start developing that black nose, which is typical of an adult lion. There you can see she's already started getting a little black spot here and there on the nose. I know that little blade of grass is maybe blowing around a little bit, but there you can see it now properly. Very pink noses. And so that's just, as they spend time in the sun and they get a scratch on the nose and so on, that development will then turn into more of a blackish coloration. Very good for the nose to be black. It is a clear indication of good pigmentation. You'll find that with lions that have a pigmentation deficiency, not necessarily an albino, but one that isn't as melanistic on the skin or in the skin, you'll find that the nose continues to be pink for quite some time, which is not great. So they'll actually struggle in the sunlight. So important to have that black nose.
Lions, national animal of Kenya, and the lilac-breasted roller, the national bird of Kenya. Perched on top of a balanite or shepherd's tree. I had this question earlier of what trees giraffes love eating. I'm sure the director will remind me the name of the viewer, but this is one of those trees, and they always get shaped on the underneath by the giraffes. If you look, most of the trees of this species around here, they get shaped very well by the giraffes, and especially the males. That is a balanite or a shepherd tree. I'm very lucky to see one of my favorite birds. As we're showing you more of those trees, you remember I said earlier, they're very iconic trees of the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. They stand out and they remain green all around the year. Occasionally, we have seen leopards using them to stash their Sports lover, you're saying your favorite African bird, and apparently we have a commonality there because it is my favorite bird of that size. And now let's see whether she's still there, because I believe she's still there, and trying to remember how many colors this small bird has, and especially when you see her in flight. They got green, they got red, they got black, they got turquoise, they got white. Of course, they got the lilac, but they got about 8 different colors. And especially as I said in flight, they're very colorful. It's very difficult to tell males from females. Not very clear sexual dimorphism of the lilacs. But if you happen to see them together, the male is always slightly bit larger than the female. Very fearful when they fight other birds or competitors. And they'll get any prey you may think of. I mean, apart from the insects, they get other invertebrates. And I've seen a roller going down for a snake. But of course, if the prey is not dead, they'll always try to use their beaks and sometimes their wings to subdue it to death before they eat it. Look at that foxtail there. And at times, these lilac-breasted roller, we also call them forked rollers because of what you just saw there. The tip of the tail looking like a fork. I guess she's just scanning around for food. Not sure I also mentioned the color blue. They also have the blue color in them. They balance very well on top of the tree. See how the wind is blowing now? She's keeping her balance. So if she spots something from where she is, she's just going to fly down, pick it up, and come and eat. If a small little insect like a beetle, that's exactly what they will do, unless she has to subdue the prey in the ground before coming out. Very good. Very happy to see my favorite bat, and also to you. Have a lovely day.
Beautiful. I agree, David. It's beautiful, like versatile in colors, you know. So we come across now the small herd of elephants. Must be big herd of elephants around here, but they're all just scattered all over in this bush. For them, it's still fun moving around here because, of course, the temperature is still great. The wind slightly died down, and it makes them to able to spread around. This is how they usually doing. And for them to feed but combine is not good, because then a big animal, they're more likely to push one another. The weakest one would get out of the way. So, but it helps when they all spread around. Nobody will see what other one feeding on. But they social animal. For them, love one another and keep group together for safety. And this is what they do. They might spread around, but these young ones, they're all taken care of in this herd. And they have a couple of the bigger ones that's showing off now, or showing up. Here we're in kind of an area where the grass is very slightly tall, and they'll mix or take grasses. They'll also take some of the leaves from trees. Those are new shoots of the leaves that started to grow since we're entering our summer. Well, Viola, welcome to the show. So you want to know if elephants eat any type of the trees out here. So elephants specifically. So they have a preference of trees which is round-leaved keyet also, but of course anything they find, it's for them a food. So it's about over 100 different species of trees that are all favorite for the elephants, depending in which area you find the elephants in there. And if it's a lot of different species, 150 different species, the whole entire Kruger Park, and it's all the elephant's favorite. Look at the young one just joined. Like we said, this is actually looks like a herd. This is what now you can tell by looking all different age of the young one that they're also involved in this group. See how she actually tumbled the grasses every time that female grab grasses and tumble it. You find the grasses pretty much of soil in there, so that's how for them to eat. So you can hear the birds in the background, which is showing it actually looks like it's going to be a little warmer for us. And this is what's going to be elephants doing for the whole entire day. And it's such a beautiful to looking at the animal like that. So I just want to thank you very much for the show this morning. And then until we meet again this afternoon, for me, thank you very much for the whole entire World Earth.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.